the jurisdiction of the City Council. If you wish to speak on a specific agenda item, comments will be heard during the item. To ensure sufficient public participation and conduct the agendized city business, the public is limited to 1 2-minute comment opportunity. Citizens' public comments are not a time for discussions with the council regarding subjects not on the agenda for this meeting, as the Brown Act limits such discussions. Comments made by members of the public or council may not reflect the viewpoint of the council. We ask that you maintain the rules of decorum as outlined in City Council meeting decorum policy. The mayor shall preserve strict order and decorum at all meetings. Persons addressing the council shall not make personal, impertinent, unduly repetitive, slanderous, or profane remarks to the council or any member of the council, city staff, or the general public, nor utter loud, threatening, personal, or abusive language, nor engage in any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise unreasonably impedes the orderly conduct of the council meeting. The City Council members will practice civility and decorum in their discussions and debate. A member shall not delay or interrupt the proceedings of the council or use personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks. Council members will not speak twice on any given subject unless all other council members have been given the opportunity to speak. Every member, once recognized, shall be limited to their debate to 5 minutes. Any council member who violates the rules repeatedly shall be sanctioned and be barred from further participation other than voting on the subject. Members shall not disturb any council members while speaking, nor disobey the orders of the presiding officer. If a point of order is requested, the presiding officer will ask the interrupter to state their point, and the presiding officer shall make a ruling. The rules of decorum set forth above shall be enforced in the following manner. Warning. The presiding officer shall request that a person who is breaching the rules of decorum be orderly and silent. If, after receiving a warning from the presiding officer, a person persists in disturbing the meeting, the presiding officer shall order him or her to leave the council meeting. If such person does not remove himself or herself, the presiding officer may order any law enforcement officer who is on duty at the meeting to remove that person from the council chamber. May I have Zoila Moreno to the podium, followed by Armando Valerio.
Zoila Moreno, Distrito 6, Weston Ranch. Buenas tardes, alcaldesa Fugazi, miembros del Consejo Municipal, administrador de la ciudad y demás miembros de la comunidad. Estoy aquí hoy para compartir una increíble historia de acción rápida y un servicio público sobresaliente en nuestra ciudad. Recientemente extravié mi camioneta. Afortunadamente, el Departamento de Policía de Stockton actuó de inmediato. Recientemente, el oficial Scott en particular demostró una dedicación excepcional, buscó diligentemente y localizó mi vehículo casi de inmediato. Ellos trabajan incansablemente para proteger nuestra comunidad y nuestra tranquilidad y aún así siguen haciéndolo sin un contrato. El oficial Scott respondió por mí en cuestión de minutos. Ahora nosotros debemos responder por él y por todo el departamento. Exhorto firmemente a la ciudad de que finalice de inmediato un contrato justo para nuestra fuerza policial. Alcalde Fugazi, le agradezco por atender mi llamada y tomar acción. También le agradezco su tiempo hoy y espero que escuche esta historia como un claro recordatorio de por qué asegurar un contrato sólido para los hombres y mujeres de nuestro departamento de policía debe seguir siendo una propiedad principal para su administración. Muchas gracias.
I'm Zoila Moreno of District 6 of Weston Ranch. Good evening. Members of the City Council, City Manager, and other members of the community. I'm here today to share an incredible fast-paced action story and public service tale about an outstanding member of our community. I recently lost my truck. Fortunately, the police department acted immediately. Recently, Officer Scott in particular demonstrated exceptional dedication. He searched diligently and located my vehicle almost immediately. They worked tirelessly to protect our community and our peace of mind, and that they continue to do so without a contract. Officer Scott responded for me within minutes. Now we must answer for him and for the entire department. I strongly urge the city to immediately finalize a fair contract for our police force. Mayor Fugazi, thank you for taking my call and taking action. I also thank you for your time today and hope you will hear this story as a stark reminder of why it's so important to secure a strong contract for the men and women of our police department. It must remain a primary priority for your management. Thank you so much. Zoila Moreno from Weston Ranch. Armando Valerio, followed by Pandora Crowder.
Good afternoon, Mayor Fugazi and Council. I'm here as a Delta College trustee, Area 5, to give you an update on what's going on with the Measure K bond. I came to the council before and explained how much money it was, and we had 2 phases. We're in phase 1 right now, so let me give you a current update. So on our energy efficient project, we're going to be starting that on June 22nd of 2026. That's going to be solar panels. We're going to put in EV charging stations. We're going to be redoing the parking lot. Also, we have a technology cabling project that we're going to be working on. That's putting cabling into our existing buildings because our cabling is just too old, so we need to put more cabling in there, and also for the IT infrastructure. Also, Public Safety Training Center, we're actively looking in the Lodi area to put that in as well. We had a plan before, but that fell through, so we're working through that. Lastly, Mountain House. We're still consistently working towards breaking ground on that. Right now, we're going to solidifying our program and building location in regards to what we want to put in the building and how big is it going to be. And then we're going to do RFQ and RFP, hopefully beginning in July 2026. But I wanted to keep you updated so you guys are abreast of what's going on in your city. Thank you.
Pandora Crowder, followed by Thomas Alfieri.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Pandora Crowder. I am here as a representative of Conway Homes Resident Council, District 5. I'm here to give a formal invitation to the Council and staff for our Conway Homes Resource Fair being held by the Housing Authority. It is this Thursday from 3 to 5. We will be indoors because it will be 104 degrees outside. We are very lucky to be utilizing the KIPP Elementary School's gym, so all of our resources, organizations will be indoors, and we will have a free taco truck as well for our residents. And I did send out invitations through the email to all of you personally, as well as to your staff, Florence. So hopefully we see you there. If not, then you'll be there with the spirit. So thank you.
Thomas Alfieri, followed by Mary Elizabeth.
I'd like to commend the council for today's proclamations for 2 wonderful causes that I very much support. But I want to go back in time to, I believe, April 28th. There was a proclamation for Muslim Awareness Month. I believe it, if I understood, it was for the month of April, which would make it good for 3 or 4 days. I'm not Muslim, I speak for myself. There were 2 community members to accept this proclamation. They were called twice by the mayor to make sure they heard. They were no-shows. They did not show up or come forward, and I don't blame them. It should have been done at the first meeting, not the last, like it was today, thank goodness. And to me, it sounds hollow and insincere. And not very respectful. Thank you.
Mary Elizabeth, followed by Cynthia Gale Boyd.
Mary Elizabeth, I submitted written comments here summarizing some information that came up during the May Legislation and Environmental Committee. So in that, there was a presentation that wasn't available in advance of the meeting. And I say that, and I will keep saying that, because that's part of the Brown Act, is that the people can be made informed the same as the governing body. So when that material was presented, we learned that the goal of the rental program is that 80% of all of the rentals that are included in the city of Stockton are self-certifying. 80% is the goal. And so we have a lot of problems with, and I've heard it many times, and I've heard examples of it, you know, of slumlords, of, you know, like absentee landlords. And so I looked at that contract and the actual self-certification form, and there's really no incentive for landowners, property owners, to really be aggressively asserting themselves, except what's in their heart. So, you know, we're relying on what's in their heart, because we're not holding those property owners accountable for providing safe housing. We're not providing all that we can to support the rentals. And so what are the means by which the city of Stockton protects tenants who face retribution for submitting housing violations? That's the question. The last question is, how many seats are we going to have in the new council?
Cynthia Gale Boyd, followed by Tau Bun.
I don't feel well, and I'm tired of coming. Thank God I'm still alive in this racist city. Regardless as to whether you are running for re-election or new to the game, I still hold each of you accountable to your promise. No matter what district you represent, you should be concerned about the entire city as a whole, putting the concerns and needs of the people first, always. Mayor, why do some council members have such a despicable performance pattern and not be penalized somehow? Your eyes look questioning. Last time I spoke with you, Ms. Mayor, it was in the middle of the night, and you spoke up in the defense of Ms. Ponce, saying that, quote, she doesn't have to say anything, unquote. Well, recently the Stocktonian recorded how few times she speaks during city council. Somebody else is understanding me. It does not matter. How can a student be graded if the student never finishes their assignments? Or they keep on missing at the schoolhouse and never speaks up? She needs to be in timeout like what's his name? I'm thinking that maybe there should be some kind of reprimand, but then there's a lot of them still hanging out, because I'm still wondering about the little ad hoc committee that only has you and Miss Miss Padilla in it. Whatever happened to that ad hoc business about Jason Lee? Now, some of that.
Tau Bun, followed by Rath Sray.
Hi, my name is Durban. I'm sorry, I'm translating. My name is Rathray. Good afternoon, Councilman. I'm glad to be here. My name is Durban, and I would like to send my appreciation to Stockton 209 Cares. They've been helping me out since I came out of New Direction. They got me a job. They did. 209 Cares. Yeah. Yeah, he would like to say that thanks to 209 Cares to help him out when he came out a new direction that helped him with the journey from being homeless and able to obtain a job and help support himself during the time of when he needed real help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rathray, followed by Nancy Lamb.
Hi. Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure. It's an honor. My name is Rathray, and I'm talking on behalf of Stockton 209 Cares. It was really hard for me to come up here because of my cultural of not accepting help, but Stockton 209 Cares had, given me the hope and the strength that I have, that I need when I came out a new direction. They were there by my side through my journey when I was homeless with my family. They helped me through the hard time that I had, and by their help, they helped me, my husband, obtain a job, which is helping us financially, so that we can financially support ourselves when we obtain our own place. And I will really thank Stockton 209 Care for giving me the opportunity to have a better life now. Thank you, Stockton 209 Care.
Nancy Lamb, followed by Mark Stebbins.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I actually want to rewind it a little bit back to almost a year ago. That family that came in here and spoke was one of our Trinity Park families that was homeless, that had been out there for years. Basically what they did was, with the help of Councilmember Padilla, we brought them into a hotel. Unfortunately, at that time, they weren't ready to accept help. Cultural differences, they grew up not raised to accept help from others, but to do on yourself. So that kind of made a barrier along with some other things. However, they did go into new directions. Rath just graduated last Tuesday. 2 graduates tonight. And 2 is actually on our cleaning crew. So what he has said is that, from going in that parkway and then cleaning it up and the feelings with the police, removing them and everything, and now he's working alongside them helping. So it's kind of like a 360 all the way around. They are now working on their housing, so they've got to apply for a place that I've sent them to, and from there, they actually get their daughter back from CPS. They go to court next week to get her back. And this is stuff that they went through from being homeless in Trinity to now being housed and working. So I just wanted to come and share that with you guys. Thank you.
Mark Stebbins, followed by Pat Barrett.
Good afternoon. I have several items I want to speak to you about, and I'm just going to touch on them real briefly. One, of course, is the council should make room for people to come to the meetings. So if you can't do it here, open the city hall, open something so people can come in and observe the meetings. Anyway, second thing, you on your consent agenda, you have to accept an application for funds from Parks and Recreation for Van Buskirk Golf. I would hope that you would put...
Mr. Stebbins, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you want to speak on that item, we can have you speak on that item, but this is for time for things not on the agenda.
Yes, I understand, but I'm just going to hit on it as well as 2 or 3 other items during this time. That way you don't have your time taken up with me later.
Well, I would say do the 2 other items first, and if you have time, do the 3rd.
Okay. Anyway, so I urge you to accept the grant, but I also urge you to put conditions that allow you to alter what what the grant is for, so that you may make changes that are necessary. Second thing, at youth meetings when I was in high school, they used to give announcements. And before they started giving the announcements, we had a song we sang. I'll spare you from me singing it to you. Nevertheless, the song goes like this. It's a terrible death to die. It's a terrible death to die. It's a terrible death to be talked to death. It's a terrible death to die. Thank you.
Pat Barrett, followed by Barbara King.
Pat Barrett, resident. Okay, you can start. I just want to say, you know, I was sitting up here and I got a proclamation. I was accepting a proclamation. This is not personal. This is an overall observation by a constituent who has the right and the freedom to speak their mind. No cussing, no backstabbing, no nada. But as I was looking at these 7, these 3 were looking at me. You're looking at me. But those 4, you 4 were not looking at me. You're looking at me now. The 4 of you had to do this, had to do that. You know, I don't care who stands up here, whether you see eye to eye or not with them. I've been hugged by you. I've been to your house. You are my friend. You know, I campaigned for you. Bottom line is, you guys have to put away these resentful things. I listened to Nancy Lamb talking about gave her, what, $300,000 last year for picking up garbage, and yet Jessica Velez comes up here and says the same thing. Give me the money. I'll get my homeless folks to go pick up their garbage. Everybody ignores her because there's, some resentment with her. See, yeah, don't acknowledge that. But the bottom line is this. You guys have to give the people at this podium your 100%, whether you agree with them or not. And it's very important because, you know, as an old person comes wisdom, and to see the 7 of you, thank you, Brando, for looking at me, to see you guys, it's important that everybody here is thought of as a respectful person and not just somebody, oh, here she comes again with the big mouth. And I describe her as my twin sister with the big mouth, okay? So I just want to say that, but it's really important that you guys do respectfully look at everybody. Thank you.
Barbara King.
Good afternoon, Mayor Fugazi, Vice Mayor Lee, councilmen and women. My name's Barbara King. Mr. Lee, I want to congratulate you for being one of the honorees for this year's BET Black and Iconic Awards, the Culture Trailblazer Award. First, the decision to hold meetings at 1:00 p.m. is a direct blow to public participation. By scheduling these sessions during the standard workday, you are choosing to exclude the very taxpayers who fund this government. The vote disregarded our right to be heard and represents a clear neglect of your responsibility to remain accessible to the public. It's clear that the current leadership is acting without regard for the residents of Stockton. We urge you to reconsider this decision. Public opinion is the cornerstone of and is essential to democracy. It is crucial for ensuring representation and legitimacy of the government. Ignoring public opinion about current vacancies in our citizens' oversight committees is a substantial problem. It's unacceptable that Michelle Padilla, District 1, and Maria Ponce, District 2, have allowed 7 seats to remain empty for nearly a year. By ignoring the 90 days policy and voting in their own best interests, they are neglecting their constituents and failing to do the jobs they were elected for. Padilla, who is running for re-election with 2 empty seats, has voted not to be held accountable for her neglect in failing to fill those seats. There is also no clear plan for our severely homeless population in Trinity Parkway. Trinity Parkway was a catastrophe. You only moved the problem around, and there is no excuse for having them arrested. This is irresponsible and unacceptable. Effective oversight requires public trust and a lack of transparency and community input.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes general public comment. We do have several items for the consent.
Okay. Before we move to those items, are there any items that council would like to pull?
6.18.
6, 7, 6, 17, 6, 19, and 6, 23.
7, 17, 19, and 23?
Correct.
Okay. Are there items outside of that the public pulled?
Yes, quite a few.
Okay.
Do you want to go ahead and?
Well, if
Okay,
you tell-
okay, just to make sure, I have pulled 677, 617, 618, 619, and 623.
Correct.
Okay. Then we can go ahead with public comment.
Okay.
For item 6.1, I have Ned Leba.
I'm Ned Leba. I am the chair of the Measure A committee. I'm also active in the American Accounting Association, government nonprofit, Cal CPA, professional conduct committee, and not-for-profit. So I do not speak for any of those esteemed organizations, but I want to thank you. I see we are going to have an audit of Measure A. I thank the mayor. I thank each one of you. I thank the city manager and the CFO. I think you need to clean up the language a little bit, and I see that there's a provision for the manager to make it clear that we're having an audit of Measure A financial statements and Measure W and, Measure M. So that's all good. I hope you'll think about making the audit of financial statements from 2014 forward. If you take a look at what's happened before, we have what's called an in relationship to opinion on part of the expenditures of Measure A. So it's not too much harder to capture all the old expenditures within the audit. So I hope the city manager will think about that. I think the cost should be relatively mild. You have some issues, which I think I have shared in writing with people on to kind of sharpen up the language. But again, I'm really here to thank you, and I hope you'll look at requesting the audit from inception. It will show where all of the Measure A funds have gone, and there's a tremendous amount of Measure A funds that have not been accounted for or subject to audit. So thank you very much.
For item 6.2, Mary Elizabeth.
So, Mary Elizabeth, frequently, I come and I talk about water issues because I have training in water, and it's essential for human existence, and we pay, the city of Stockton residents pay the most of anybody in the eastern San Joaquin subbasin. So I previously, in comments that I submitted on the budget, requested that the water advisory group be used as a outreach for requirements under SGMA for the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. I'm here now today specifically to remind the appointee that within 30 days of appointment, Form 700 is required. And so I have not made it, quiet, or, I've been sticking on this because it's like a basic requirement. And still, going back on some of those that I have already submitted, I find that it's not followed through. So we're not learning. And so I want to make sure that we develop a culture that statements of economic interest, are not just saying none, when there's clearly some salary coming from somewhere, but it's not being disclosed. And so it's important for transparency and trust. And I'll be coming up and saying the same thing. If you like, I could make that very quick. And community development, but I do have something else. I do have something else for the community development.
So you have the same comment for 6.3 and 6.4?
Not 6.4. I have something extra for 6.4.
Okay, but 6.3 is
yes,
the same.
Form 700, 30 days.
Okay.
Form 700, 30 days.
Okay. So you want to move into 6.4 for Mary Elizabeth?
Is there someone else?
Yes, I do have other commenters. Okay. For 6.2, I have Pat Barrett.
I'm not sure. Was that on water advisory group 6.2? Okay,
Yes.
so I sit on that. Okay, advisory groups are like opinions, and we know what opinions are like, right? Everybody has one. So this advisory group is supposed to meet twice every quarterly. When I got onto that committee, there was 3 meetings in 2 years. Advisory meetings are dotting I's and crossing T's. This meeting, it's like we get up, we go, we take our time, you know, to go to this meeting because it's important to us. Our water is important to us. I learned a lot through this thing, but the bottom line is this. We need to have the importance of this committee to where people come and it's not canceled. Well, it's not a big deal, so, you know, this person won't come or that person doesn't come, and so we get a canceled meeting. It has to be serious. The staff has to have presentation ready for us it has to be done today because it's got to get on city council next week and move. No, you should have came a month ago. So, Mayor Fugazi, maybe you can speak on this to the whoever runs the committees. Let's be more organized and more, you know, mindful of the people that come to these meetings because we do come. We come because we care, you know. Water is important. Water is very important. My son says it's overrated, but I don't think so. But the bottom line is, I just want to bring it to your guys' attention. That water advisory group, please, 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 please.
For item 6.4, Mary Elizabeth.
I counter what and support what Pat said, and why I bring this up about the Community Development Committee is when they were sitting right here, right, they normally meet over in North Hall, but the last one they sat right here, and, you know, they felt the same thing, like that they are, you know, coming and, you know, wanting to work on housing issues, and they're not given enough authority. And, you know, we need to have somebody looking over this rental program. We need to have somebody, you know, monitoring all of these different contracts. At that legislation meeting that I referenced last month, there was no presentation available when the economic department was going to present about their continuum of housing. There was no presentation there before. But then, and it was canceled at the meeting, but then it was available. And so I see this one slide, and this is where the people need the help. And there was a column of contractor vendors, and there was a column, several columns of tasks that they do, but no matching. You know, we need to know. And so I bring this up about, you know, the TCC, which I've referenced in some coordination, and they had to do housing. That was part of the grant, is that they had to do a housing. And at that meeting that they had last week that I was able to attend partially, you know, they spoke. This was like an outside group looking at what we're doing, and they say, you know, the city has to have a web page where all of this information is available, not relying, as you know, on 211, which gets information from the city, and you've been apprised of some of those issues. And so I speak, you know, wholeheartedly that our community needs
Thank you, Mary.
Form 700.
For item 6.5, Thomas Alfieri.
As a member of a school site council for nearly 20 years, holding a variety of positions, including secretary, where it was my responsibility to record, publish, and distribute minutes from the last meeting before the next one. The first item, always after roll call, without exception, was accepting the minutes from the previous meeting. When I saw this in the agenda for 5 minutes going back to last year, 6 months ago, I was really surprised. I know the minutes are taken, I read them, and they're done very well. I mean, whoever does them does an excellent job. Why they don't get to you, I don't know. Maybe they get to you, and you don't you don't recognize them. I don't know. There may be someone who's not being responsible, or there may be a bug in the system. I don't know. But I really believe that somewhere in some rules of order, the minutes are supposed to be given out, approved, or disapproved, or discussed. That's it.
For item 6.6, Mary Elizabeth.
Okay, so this is addressing the council. And so I submitted comments, which I forwarded. You should have got them, that I submitted to the Ledge Committee, or Ledge Environmental Committee, when this was brought up. There was no response to those comments, no acknowledgement of those comments. I first of all, I have to say that, what Pat said, and I hope others will say, is not having the presentations available in advance of the meetings preclude a thoughtful comment. And there's not been any, and I've submitted lots of cease and desist orders about this issue, and still, there's persisting, and I just mentioned that meeting from May, where 2 presentations that were very important to our community were not made available. At this point, right now, if those are not available, when that item gets started and they start talking about that, then nobody that hears this information for the first time will ever be able to respond, because of that provision there. Once an item starts, no more cards will be accepted. And that is just unacceptable when the city has allowed that to occur. And so then the real other big problem that I pointed out in those comments was, Monday meetings. So if there's an agenda that comes out on Thursday, there's no working that goes on Friday, and then comes Monday, and those comments need to be submitted, right on Friday, before the Monday meeting, if it's before noon. And so that's also not acceptable.
For item 6.6, Pat Barrett.
Last time, I promise. It's on these devices thing. This is what's killing me. I sit on commissions, committees, advisory groups, nonprofits, I think pretty close to 12. None of them do I have a laptop in front of me, a tablet in front of me, a Bluetooth, an earplug, headsets, nothing. It's all about the paper. And speaking of paper, the advisory water group, they give us this great booklet. So everything's right there. We don't even have to go to our cell phones or our tablets. I don't understand why y'all have to have a tablet, because there's some council members up there that when it comes to a comment, the things at the end of the meeting, God knows, I don't know when that is anymore because this thing's all messed up. But I'm willing to change. But they're reading it, and half the time they can't even pronounce some of the words. So I'm trying to figure out, people, if you can't talk from the heart, don't talk. Well, some people don't have a problem with that. But at least talk about what you're supposed to be talking about, and the meaning of it. Because reading it, that's not a reality. You don't need your tablet. You get the paper copy, you read the paper copy. But the tablets, and we're supposed to trust you that you're not watching something else. Thanks.
For item 6.9, Mark Stebbins. You left. Okay. For item 6.11, Mary Elizabeth.
So this is Mary Elizabeth agricultural land. While it's not at the border of our community, there was a pledge in the general plan that we were going to have some kind of agricultural buffer around our community. And so what the city staff did was they went in and they, without anybody knowing, as happens, which some of you know happens, and changed it to urban ag. And so urban ag doesn't have the same kind of value in terms of agricultural land mitigation. And so I'm calling, this is prime farmland there, and I'm calling not only, the county asked for $800,000 to cancel their property tax reduction, which is called the Williamson Act for allowing agriculture to exist. I'd like to find out, is the city of Stockton collecting agricultural mitigation funds as that land is developed? Now, it certainly makes sense that, there be, that be urbanized, because there's urban on three sides anyway, not adjacent there to the river, and so it seems like there's going to be a homestead back there. But we need to pay attention to those urban lands, because we had some promises in the general plan that the city was going to help with making more available urban gardens. And there hasn't been a single new urban garden, that has occurred. Having people be able to plant food, with city-sponsored water. I appreciate that the Port of Stockton, has, with some development funds, gotten some water for Boggs Track Farm, but we need...
Thank you.
For item 6.18, I have Thomas Bryan, followed by Mike Hakam.
Can we, if it's the items that we've pulled, can we wait on those?
If you would like to, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
and then let's just go to the ones that weren't pulled so we can approve the consent.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. For item 6.21, Mary Elizabeth. Yes.
Mary Elizabeth. I've spoken, I've showed you pictures. I call it, affectionately Mount Annunciation. And it has to do with the grading and the design of the curbs. And it seems to have fallen on deaf ears. And, when I go around and I walk around a lot and I see all of these different configurations, and, some are more friendly for pedestrians and for, those that are using some assisted device to mobilize. And these investments are long-term investments, and we will be stuck with those designs for a long time. And I know that there was talk about, some town halls, and I think that, that should definitely, be a topic, because there are all different configurations. There's one over there on Park Street that when you're crossing the street, you get a flat. And so they want people to go all the way around, right? And this is a busy street, to go all the way around to get up onto the sidewalk. So flooding sidewalks, poor design, create unaccessible methods for people to get around. And this is for connectivity. So, let's think about being smarter, because these investments are not just using grant funds that are available, but are investments in our community for years to come.
For item 6.22, Mary Elizabeth.
This is the park and ride. This is okay. So, you know, I read through that report. I'm wondering, you know, there was no basis for increasing the fee, the residential fee for air quality mitigation from $350 to $375. So I don't know, you know, how that is going to work when, you know, that justification wasn't available. I couldn't actually find the fee schedule in the budget material. But I think that it's important to note that some of those, that there hasn't been any study of the park and ride, and that where there was park and ride connected to transit, that seems to have been the most successful. And I'd like to see, you know, there was like a list of topics there, or some capital improvement projects that money could be spent for. And I appreciate the fact that, you know, it was even disclosed that there was that huge amount of money, you know, that has been put aside that we've been sitting on for years and years. So that money's been in there for a long time. And, you know, it should be used for something, and to improve air quality. And I hope that, again, you know, that there would be some forum, you know, where community involvement can be incorporated, rather than relying on the first come, first serve. Because there's parts of our community that in the general plan, the city committed to increase investment preferentially, recognizing that those areas have not been invested in, that there's blight, that there's all kinds of problems. And just putting in, you know, a bike lane that is very difficult to maneuver. Lots of people are complaining about those bike lanes, are not helpful. Thank you.
The remaining comments are for items that were pulled.
Okay. So were there any additional items, or I will entertain a motion for the rest of the calendar, consent calendar, absent 6.7, 17, 19, 18, and 23.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. We're going to go in order of request, so we will then move on to item 6.18, and that is discussion of a Stockton's franchise agreements and commercial solid waste collection services. And now is the time for disclosures. I will disclose that I met with Waste Management. I also got an email from Mr. Hakem, and I did get a conversation with Will Kelly from NVLF, and had a quick conversation at State of the City with Kevin Basso. Go ahead, Padilla.
I will disclose that I met with Cal Waste Management, and spoke with Mr. Hakem.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Enriquez, or Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, I would like to disclose I also met with Waste Management, had a conversation with Mike Hakem, and a phone call from Cal Waste representative from the Port of Stockton.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to disclose that I met with Waste Management. I received an email from Mike Hakem on behalf of Republic, and I received a call from Anthony Barquette on behalf of Cal Waste.
Councilman Blower.
I'd like to disclose that I met with Cal Waste, spoke with Mike Hakem, also spoke with Will Kelly.
And Councilmember Villapudua.
Yeah, as well as Mayor. I disclosed that I met with Solid Waste and spoke with the Republic, took a tour of the Waste Management. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to read what the recommendation says. It says, receive information regarding the city's franchise agreements and recent requests to allow a third company to provide commercial solid waste collection services, and provide direction from the City Council as to desired next steps, if any. So we'll go ahead then with public comment.
I have Thomas Bryan, followed by Mike Hakem.
And just a point of information before we get started, because I had these meetings today.
Okay, so wait, not a point of information. You have a question?
Well, yeah. My question is, why was this not a presentation for new business, why was this put on as a discussion item? I don't know. I just don't know how it got on the agenda, so I just would ask that question.
It actually came from us as a consent item, understanding that it was for discussion and that you would pull it to actually have this discussion now.
But there won't be any presentations, just a conversation?
Correct.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Tom Bruin. I'm counsel for Sunrise Sanitation. I sent you a letter on May 27th regarding this matter, which I believe you've received. I'm speaking to you today from personal experience. I was at the negotiating table in 2019 when the current exclusive franchise agreements between the city, Sunrise, and Waste Management were hammered out. The concept behind those agreements was that both companies would have exclusive residential collection areas within the city and the exclusive right, only between the two of them, to compete for commercial customers for their solid waste collection services in the city to the exclusion of any other parties. So the only competition as a practical matter that was envisioned was competition based on quality of service, not price. Because the prices for both residential and commercial collection services were fixed in the current agreements. Rates were set by a rate consultant hired by the city and negotiated with company officials. The commercial rates were set to subsidize lower residential rates. The commercial rates also subsidize various services to the city, such as public trash receptacle collection, event services, services to city facilities, to name a few. Sunrise agreed to lower its residential rates based on the subsidization provided by its exclusive commercial collection rights. To allow a third party to come in now and undercut those commercial rates will destroy the economic package, the deal that was entered into in good faith that support lower residential rates in the city. Thank you.
Mike Hakam, followed by Kevin Basso.
Madam Mayor and council members, Mike Hakam appearing on behalf of Republic regarding item 618. I was also at the negotiating table in 2018 and 2019 when this existing exclusive franchise agreement was negotiated. There's no doubt in my mind there were specific negotiations to include exclusive franchise for both residential and commercial. The language in the agreement references that residential was for two equal and exclusive geographical areas and that the commercial had no geographical exclusive area, but it was citywide for both of the parties, Republic and Waste, to compete with each other. An important provision in the agreement and also negotiated was for the collection rates to balance each other, as Tom indicated, and actually to have the residential actively offset and subsidize the commercial, to actively offset and subsidize the lower residential rates. After all is said and done, the bottom line this afternoon is the question of whether the opportunity for commercial collection is exclusive to Republic and Waste, or can the city open it up to a third party? I went back through my files in the negotiations and I found a letter to Kevin Basso at Republic and to Waste, which I believe provides the answer. I'm going to hand that out now to the council. In my remaining 23 seconds, I'd ask you to review the highlighted section at the bottom of page 1. I believe that this letter confirms in writing the city's commitment to award the two franchise competitors exclusive rights to the citywide commercial waste. In closing, the contract obligates you to use your best efforts to enforce the agreement, and we would respectfully request that you enforce the agreement as it's written and as set forth in the letter. Thank you.
Kevin Basso, followed by Nicole Sidner.
Good afternoon. I'll be brief. My name is Kevin Boss. I'm a lifelong resident of Stockton, been in the waste industry here in Stockton for 34 years. Recently joined with California Waste, and before that I was actually general manager of Republic Services. Cal Waste is not new to Stockton. We've been holding an industrial permit for over 3 decades. We service all of the Stockton, Lincoln Unified Schools. We service Lincoln Center. We are already servicing this community every day. Competition drives service, and that's what we're looking to do, is be a competitive service provider here in Stockton. We're not asking to take any customers. We're asking to earn one at a time, and only if we provide a high level of service. If Republic and Waste provide a high level of service, we gain very little, and that's how competition should work. What's out here today is 2 options. One, to kick this back to staff and have us discuss how we can become a competitor in this market, or do nothing and keep it the same. You're going to hear from some folks here today, some business community leaders asking for competition. And that's what we promote, is the ability to come out and compete for service every day. And by doing so, everybody's service levels elevate. And when competition comes to town, everybody gets better and a better service. So that's all we want to do, is move forward. As staff, one of the options is sit down with the 3 haulers, ourselves, Republic and Waste, and move this forward and see if there's an opportunity to create competition in a marketplace that is clearly non-exclusive, written by the contract. It doesn't call for co-exclusive. It doesn't say Waste and Republic. It says non-exclusive when it talks about commercial waste. And we want that opportunity to come into this market. Thank you.
Nicole Sidner, followed by Dave Vacarezza.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of Council. My name is Nicole Sidnor, and I am the owner and broker of Metzger Property Management here in Stockton. We've been in business since 1975 and currently manage close to 1,000 doors, commercial and multifamily units here in Stockton, including apartment communities, retail centers, office, and warehouse facilities. I'm here today in support of allowing an additional qualified commercial waste hauler to participate in Stockton's existing collection system. From our years of experience with commercial waste companies, adding another service provider will benefit not only our company, but the entire Stockton business community. Competition encourages accountability and better customer service. Ultimately, as a consumer, service quality should be the deciding factor in whether a company earns and retains a customer's business. We believe that all service providers perform better when customers have choices. Bringing an additional qualified hauler to Stockton will encourage every provider to elevate their service levels, improve communication, and become more responsive to the needs of the customers they serve. This is not simply about one company. It is about providing Stockton business community with options and ensuring that service providers remain accountable to the customers that they serve. For those reasons, we respectfully urge the Council to support the staff recommendation that provides Stockton businesses with the freedom to choose the service provider that best meets their needs. Thank you for your time.
Dave Vacarezza, followed by Steve Herron.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Dave Vacarezza. I'm the owner of California Waste Recovery Systems. I've spent the last 59 years in this business, and next year our company will celebrate 100 years of serving the communities of San Joaquin County and the surrounding area. I'm proud to say that this is still a family business. My 2 sons, Casey and Rudy, are leading the company today, coaching the next generation of our organization. Our name, reputation, and legacy are tied directly to the communities we serve. I'm not here today simply asking for an opportunity to collect garbage. I'm here asking for the opportunity to earn the business of the Stockton commercial sector. Throughout the history, our philosophy remains simple. Customers come first, Employees matter. Communities deserve a service provider that is accountable and responsible. Today, Cal Waste provides trash collection, recycling, and resource recovery services across 5 counties. We employ hundreds of local men and women and continue to invest in the future of this region. One example of that commitment is our state-of-the-art recycling and material recovery facility located right here in San Joaquin County region. Cal Waste has invested over $45 million in developing that facility. We currently process over 500,000 homes a week and nearly 20,000 businesses every week. We've come to be recognized as an industry leader in recycling, diversion, and resource recovery because we believe our responsibility extends beyond simply the collection of waste. At Cal Waste, we have a motto. It goes like this: we give more than we take. Our commitment to recover resources, saving landfill, protecting the environment, and building a sustainable future for the communities that we serve. Cal Waste is one of the 3 industrial waste permit authorized by the City of Stockton. We're proud to have operated as a hauler in the City of Stockton for 31 years.
Steve Herron, followed by Jason Molinelli.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Steve Herron. I represent Waste Management. Let me start by saying I urge you to look at the excellent staff report that was prepared for this matter. It's too bad we didn't have a presentation. It says very clearly that the right to pick up commercial hauling is between the 2 franchises and nothing else is allowed under the contract. Having said that, and I agree with Mr. Bruin's analysis, if people want to have a meeting, let me tell you, Waste Management is willing to meet. We've been a partner with the city for over 30 years, and if someone wants to have a meeting, just tell us where and when, and we'll be there. But with the proviso that we're not going to relinquish an important contractual right that we have under the agreement, which is a co-exclusive to pick up the commercial along with Republic. So we can have a meeting, but we're not relinquishing contractual rights. But if people want to have a meeting, we can always meet. That's not a problem. But let me say that I think there's a misstatement that's been said here. I know that people have been told that competition creates better prices, but let me tell you, if you've been told that, you've been told a half-truth. And let me tell you what I mean by that. Number one, the prices for commercial are set by the city. So you can have as many competitors as you want, and it's not going to change the price. It's going to be the same. In this instance, it does not reduce the price, but it's actually going to increase the price. Because as Mr. Bruin told you, is that the commercial is subsidizing the residential. And if there's the loss of that consideration by bringing new people in to collect commercial, there's going to be a need to have a substantial increase in the residential. So this is one of those oddball situations where literally if you allow the competition that's being requested, you're going to have to make the hard decision of increasing the residential rates in order to compensate the current franchise holders. And I don't think that's a good idea. There's a good system, it's working, and this is, as a former chamber president, it's hard for me to say, this is an instance where competition is bad and not good. Thank you.
Jason Molinelli, followed by Tony Faso.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Jason Molinelli. I'm an attorney for Jackson Legal Corp, serving the foothills, the Valley, and the Bay Area, predominantly in the solid waste industry. I've been doing this for quite some time, more of a tidbit and less of a pertinent fact. My father ran Stockton Scavengers on Charter Way for waste management back in the 80s when I was a teenager, long before I was a lawyer. I just want to very quickly address some of the legal contentions you've heard with respect to, I've read the franchise agreements, the municipal code with respect to the contention that the term non-exclusive meant anything other than non-exclusive in those agreements. These are great lawyers. Had there been a mutual intent of the parties to express anything other than the plain meaning of that word, it would have been reflected in the agreements. And any subsequent, the letter before you is barred from consideration. Were this a court of law under the parole evidence rule to to show the intent of the parties. You can't use outside intrinsic sources under that rule. I'd also like to very quickly state that the rates are fixed. Again, any assertion that opening this up to a third permittee would increase those rates, that's overreaching. In fact, the current structure allows the current two permittees to compete, potentially to the detriment of the other. And so adding a third would not fundamentally or material change that in any way. And I see my time's up. Thank you very much.
Tony Faso, followed by Mary Elizabeth.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Tony Faso. I'm the owner of Delta Marine Yacht Center down on Fremont Street, and we have 5 other commercial properties here in town. I've been a Stockton resident for a little over 25 years, been a part of the community, and I just wanted to come here in support of the staff's recommendation today. There's been a lot of talk about whether or not competitions can kill the price of the residential market, et cetera. The whole recommendation is to have that discussion, and I think that's what we're here for. We want to understand what are the implications, what are the repercussions of bringing in a third party. If you ask me, competition is always a good thing. It raises everyone's game. I mean, we're talking about fixed pricing. We're not talking about anything other than what companies can do to better serve their customers. And their customers are who we are all representing here. We're representing the businesses of this city. As personally, when you look at large corporations, national companies versus a little more local, I'm a firm believer in bring your best. If you're a national company, you're Walmart, bring it on. If you provide the best service, good for you. But if you're a local company and you do just as well, you should have a chance. As it is, as my understanding of this agreement, the contract that they went into, it's my understanding it's non-exclusive. If you guys read it differently, then that's something to be discussed as well. But I think it's certainly worth having a discussion so that we can better serve the businesses of Stockton. Thank you.
Mary Elizabeth, followed by Sarah Van Dale.
Mary Elizabeth, obviously there's a lot of money at stake here. And the staff report that people are talking about is recent requests. So a recent request from a third party to add themselves in, and I know it was within the last year where they got that industrial contract to pick up garbage here. That was something that happened this year. And so I'd like to remind the staff about the costs related to legal action. And, the actions that you take can expose us to more legal fees, first off. So please, when you're reading that, and I hope that that information is all posted, as well as the emails that were received by city council members, so that the public can know. The notion that those fees were established to help offset residential costs. So I want to make sure that we're understanding that. Is this third party going to be subsidizing rental or residential costs? Is there going to be like some portion of their fees that go back in to offset some residential fees? That wasn't discussed at all. But the purpose of those two splitting up the commercial was that those funds would be shared and to offset the residential for those two. So I like to say that. Then the last thing is, you know, the city is not really doing their part to enforce all of the rules.
Sarah Van Dale, followed by Tucker Langston.
Hi, my name is Sarah Van Dell. I'm with Kazakian Property Management. Our company has been around for over 30 years in the city of Stockton. I'm VP of the HOA Management Department, and I am in support of Cal Waste and including competition into our community. I can give you a really good story about all kinds of things that have happened, honestly, but I think what you really need to hear is about from the consumer and the person who has to deal with Waste Management and Republic on a daily basis. I have not had any good service from Republic or Waste Management. Every time I have a problem, I have to go through their system, which is not fun, and we all have that, I know, in the city of Stockton and in our communities. But let me tell you, when my dumpster burns down from a fire, or when I have a lid that's broken, or when I have homeless breaking into a dumpster and I need a new lock, I can't get a hold of them. And I was going to give you a really nice speech about how competition is great and we need that, but to be honest, customer service is the most important. We all have to provide customer service, and if we have that competition, maybe we'll get a little bit better customer service. Thank you.
Tucker Langston, followed by Liz Franco.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tucker Langston. I'm a groundskeeper for the Garibaldi Company. I've worked there for 4 years, and I mainly deal with solid waste every single day. Currently, we are contracted through Republic, and over the past 2 years, I've noticed a severe drop in quality. We have had promises broken, promises have not been kept, service has not been done. Not only does it make my job more difficult and the jobs of my colleagues, but it also affects the hundreds to thousands of people where I live. And I agree here with Cal Waste that it's only fair that there is a opportunity for better quality of services. And when these companies do fail to provide the services contracted, it does negatively affect not only the people who have to work with them, but also the people who have to live with it. Thank you.
Liz Franco, followed by Rudy Vaccarezza.
Hello, I'm Liz Franco. I am an association manager with Kazakian Property Management for over 35 years. I've been managing homeowners associations, commercial and residential condominium associations. And I've seen a lot of change. A lot of it's good, but unfortunately some of it's bad. And I'm here to support Cal Waste because, like Sarah said before, the service that we get is not good. And the problem, everybody's talking about that all the costs are fixed, but they're not. They have what they call overage fees and contamination fees. I have associations where we pay somebody to go through all of before the service is picked up. They go in, they make sure that all the boxes are broken down, everything is where it's supposed to be. And they will pay any overage fees because they're that confident that they can do that. What's happening is that the service pickup is being delayed. And it may be delayed for a couple of hours, or it may be delayed an entire day. So I have one of these associations, last month had 6 overages. So, and that was just less than $600. I have another association where we got an email that said, your service is going to be delayed a day. And their monthly service fees are a little less than $600. They got charged $151 for overage fees because the service was picked up a day. Now, you would think that they would be able to know if the service wasn't being done on time, but they don't. In order to have those overages credited back, you have to prove that it wasn't the customer's fault, that it was the service provider's fault. So you have people that are getting charged over and over again for something that's not there. Thank you.
Rudy Vacarezza, followed by Dwayne Andre Lacour.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name's Rudy Vacarezza. I'm with Cal Waste. Technically, I'm a fourth-generation sanitary professional and garbage man. Like a lot of things have been spoken here, I mean, we've been operating with an industrial permit in the city of Stockton for 30 years. I'm a lifelong resident of the Stockton, San Joaquin area. And, you know, with that said, it's something that hasn't been discussed here, but is jobs. You know, we are here to maintain the jobs that this industry is related to and the service that is provided. You know, from our standpoint, we're an employer, and, you know, I was raised that way. What we do is we hire and maintain a high level for garbage men and women in this county. You know, the other thing that's been spoken about is the price. Yes, the price is fixed. Something that's been talked about is customer service, and we do believe that we are the premier customer service garbage company in the region, and we want to give that to the resident or to the businesses in Stockton. A lot of things have been said about, you know, the larger corporations. We're not that. We're a family-owned business. We're here. Since the price is fixed, we're not going to gain a single customer if we're going to do it just like the other two haulers are going to do it. So we just want to bring that accountability to those people doing that in the city of Stockton, and we think that we can do that. I respect your guys' decision moving forward, and we just hope to continue this conversation with you guys. So thank you very much.
Dwayne Andre Lacour, followed by Ralph White.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name's Dwayne Lacour, and I'm here representing the Garibaldi Company. Our company owns and manages multiple apartment communities in San Joaquin County and Stanislaus County. We've had the unique opportunity to work with both Republic and Cal Waste. More recently, one of our communities located within the unincorporated island area inside Stockton has transitioned services to Cal Waste. Since making that change, we've experienced noticeable improvements in communication, responsiveness, and overall service. Now when issues arise, we speak directly with local decision makers who know our properties and respond quickly. As property managers responsible for thousands of Stockton residents, that relationship and accountability matters to us. Equally important, we believe that local businesses should have the opportunity to support other local businesses. Cal Waste is a long-standing local family company with deep roots throughout San Joaquin County, and we appreciate having the ability to choose a provider that is invested in our community. We are not here asking the city to disrupt the current system or to change rates. We're simply asking the city to allow another option to compete within the city's existing commercial structure, so business and property owners like us have a choice beyond two national corporations. Thank you for your time.
Ralph White, followed by Emily Hansen.
First of all, I was here before either one of these got their contract with the city. I'm not satisfied with neither one of them at the present time. Also, you have a contract. You cannot breach that contract with these companies that you have already. You owe me yourself another lawsuit. I'm intending to file one pretty soon anyway. I would ask you to continue this on because landlords is responsible for people who live in their places right now, and that's not the way it goes. Every person should. The city get 23.5% of the gross revenue from each one of those companies. So that make you a partner, that make you in business. And you set those rates and things on people, and you're a partner, and that makes the cost of living go up on people's houses. So I would urge you to just continue this on for another, what you got, 2 years left on the contract? Don't break that contract. Because this man right here and that man sitting over there, those are some damn good lawyers. You break that contract and they're going to get you. So do not break your contract. Mr. Hagan, you know I'm telling the truth.
Emily Hansen.
Good afternoon, Mayor Fugazi and Vice Mayor Lee. Emily Hansen with Republic Services. I'm new to Republic Services. Prior to this, I was employed by HF&H Consultants, which was your consultancy that did the negotiations. And a big part of my job there was negotiating contracts and also establishing rate and rate methodology mechanics. We've already touched on the law bucket. I agree that it's a breach of contract. I'm not a lawyer, but I have a law background. I think that it would be a costly endeavor to venture into that legal battle. But what I wanted to talk about today is the economics piece and also the integrity piece. From the economic side, I know there's been a lot of discussion about the subsidization, and I just, on a practical matter, want to make sure that everyone understands what that means. You have two current service providers, and each of them are providing residential services. If the commercial rates subsidize the residential rates and you were to invite in a third service provider, you need to make your two current service providers whole. Otherwise, you would be unjustly enriching Cal Waste. So in order to do that, you would have two options. Option number one would be to raise your residential rates so that your two current service providers would be made whole by the loss of any commercial business. The second option would be you would have Cal Waste revert a payment to Waste Management or to Republic for each customer they take away. Because at the end of the day, Waste Management and Republic Services entered into a bargain with you guys. We entered into a contract, and we need to get the benefit of that bargain. So if you take away the commercial customers or invite or allow Cal Waste to come in and take away those commercial customers, then we, Waste Management and Republic, are harmed, and we need to be made whole. Something that hasn't been mentioned is the timing. This is a 2029 expiration date, so while I don't think it's unreasonable for Cal Waste to want to play in this field, the timing is not appropriate. From an integrity standpoint, you don't want to be known as the city who breaches their contracts. Thank you very much.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, moving on then to council comments. We're going to start with Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everybody that spoke. I've learned a lot about waste in our city. I've learned a lot about this business, and I want to thank everybody who met with me or spent time on the phone with me explaining this. I also want to thank our city manager, our city attorney for the meeting this morning so I can get caught up to speed. Couple things. So one question was asked of me earlier, how do items get on the agenda? Just really quick, 3 ways. Either the mayor puts it on, the city manager puts it on, or 2 members of the council in an open forum. Obviously, 2 members of the council in an open forum did not do that. I don't know how it got on the agenda, but here it is. I also want to be clear that I totally agree with the integrity piece of it, and where I'm concerned is that if you remember when I first came into office, I was very hot with our economic development director at the time around the ASM contract, and I said, why are we discussing a non-expiring contract 18 months prior to the expiration? This contract with our current partners exists, it exists and is not expiring for another 3 years. So I don't know why we're even having this discussion, and I am really annoyed that we are wasting the public's time with this. That's the first thing. The second thing is competition is important. I am a business owner, and the one thing Ralph White always says is there's no business people up there, so they don't know what they're doing. I am a business owner. I'm an entrepreneur. Competition is absolutely important. And in fact, when I was really disappointed in Republic Service prior to you getting here, when they left trash on our streets for weeks, it was Kevin who called me and actually put me in touch with Republic because we had no answers, and Republic did a horrible job communicating to our constituents what was happening with trash and garbage all throughout our city, and I was really frustrated, and I'm still frustrated about that. But even in being frustrated with Republic over that, this is not the time, in my opinion, for this discussion. I think the city manager is more than qualified at the expiration of these these contracts that are still existing with our 2 current partners that in the staff report outlines their exclusivity rights under the agreement that I understand Kevin partially negotiated when he was over at Republic. That is something we as a city should honor. We should not expect anybody to want to do business with this city if we do not uphold our agreements. There's not a marriage out there that is a partnership that you would let your partner violate your agreement, and I think that it's a bad message to send to any potential future partners and our current partners. So it always makes me wonder when things like this pop up on the agenda, where is it coming from? Who's it connected to? Why? Why now? I don't know those answers, but I know the staff report is clear. I also think that competition is great, so it's not a matter of if you do it, it's when. The commercial prices, what I hear right now that the council, I hope heard, is that the offset or the subsidizing of residential prices to our constituents happen only because of the deal that includes the commercial payment. So to subject potentially, and again, I think what's also important to note is that this is an item for discussion, not new business where we get presentations and ability to question people. There's no way we should be giving a contract to anybody with a 3-minute presentation. I think, again, that's another red flag for me. And I think there was a better way to present this. I think the potential substantial increase of residential prices as a result of this unnecessary timing could cause a problem. The other thing is I spent 11 years working in a union as a member and as a chief steward, executive board member, and a staff person. So to the union members that are in the room, I think it's ridiculous that we would be considering a company with non-union representation to come in and impact union jobs. And there is 3 campaigns up here right now, and I think you should be very mindful of that. The other thing is we just had to overpay our city management department, our city attorney. We had to give her another $450,000, I believe, or $750,000 to do litigation because we overspent on our unnecessary lawsuits. So yes, can we win it? Maybe, I don't know. Can we get in there and play Matlock? Maybe. But we don't need to play around with taxpayer money and get into unnecessary lawsuits, because whether you win or lose, the taxpayers lose if we waste money trying to fight a matter that we shouldn't even be discussing right now. Again, I have no stake in the game. My trash gets picked up by Republic when they pick it up. I am fine with paying the fees that I currently have. I'm a business owner that supports competition. But I do want to just end on the last comment that you said about integrity. We prioritize economic development as a council for the next year. There is no development that can happen, and there is no boost to this economy with partners who don't believe we have integrity and can uphold the word that we put in the 4 corners of a contract. And I can tell you right now, as an entrepreneur who sues people and who gets sued, I lean on the words that we agree to in our contracts. And the last thing I will say is that I just think that having a conversation of this magnitude that has impact or could have impact should be accompanied with a presentation that we can dissect, because the devil, it exists in the details, and we don't have it right now. So I'm not going to make an emotional decision to say yes, because in 3 years the manager can have any discussion with anybody on this matter.
Councilwoman Padilla.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to clarify, this isn't a time that we're going to make a decision whether somebody is going to entertain in business. This isn't a time that we're going to decide whether or not we're going to break a contract. We are having a discussion whether or not we have our city attorney review our contract and get back to us and give us information whether or not we have any financial impact, whether we have any risk to the city. And I strongly support our union workforce, and I want to ensure that there aren't any change that considers to have any unintentional harm to their job, to their wages, to their benefits. But at the same time, I believe it's important to fully understand what we're considering here. All this would be a direction for our city attorney to research any complications or research this contract thoroughly to see if there is any risk for entertaining a third party. The other thing that I'd really appreciate would be information with the potential impacts of union jobs, existing franchise agreements, and the overall benefit to Stockton's business and its residents. What would be the residential impact? what percentage of the two other companies be, diminished? What are they competing? So we really need more information. This isn't a time that we're saying we're just going to wait. It's just a time for discussion, and I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, Mayor. I do find this whole thing has been an interesting discussion. I mean, hearing the different sides of this. I'd say philosophically, the thought of competition, I'm very much in favor. I think about, the example of my current options for internet at my house. I wish I had more. I have basically Comcast, and that's about it. So the concept of more competition, giving people choices, I'm not opposed to that. But I also, as a real estate broker, I work with contracts every day. And so to me, the whole issue has come down to what do the contracts say? So, and another thing, as a real estate professional, I routinely tell clients I can't give you legal advice, I'm not an attorney. So that's where we have to rely on the information given to us by our attorneys. So looking at the staff report, City Attorney, can you kind of elaborate on where we are with these two contracts and the exclusivity element of that?
I can't, and nor would I recommend that I stay here today in front of all these other legal attorneys and give you advice or recommendations on interpretation of the current contracts.
So this is something that would require, like, to send it and have more discussion, and you can give us discussion.
That is why we are here. That is why this staff report is before you, is to provide direction on whether or not you'd like us to entertain an interpretation. We don't even have the third contract to consider where that would.
Again, I think it all comes down to getting the legal advice from our attorney, something that we don't, you're the one that we're going to rely on. So I am not opposed to having more discussion on this. I just think that, looking at what we've been told, it seems like we would have to get the other parties together. Like you said, you haven't even seen anything from the other side, from Cal Waste. So I'm not opposed to more discussion. I do have concerns about, the labor issues and that sort of thing. But again, I think contracts are contracts, and I would not be in favor of us breaching contracts that we have, but that's where we would need to know more information.
Councilmember Enriquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I agree with that everything that all of my colleagues have shared so far in terms of just what the next steps are, and then also what the public should know as well. I think that's helpful for me to know, City Attorney, and thank you, Councilman Blauer, for pointing that out, is really understanding what the next 3.5 years looks like. And I'll be honest, when I was looking at the attachments for today's meeting, one of the things I was hoping to get, and I think I did ask some staff in the back earlier, was, data. And I think Councilman Padilla mentioned it briefly as well, in terms of, how many families work in all these companies, what is the percentage of, what are the rates? And, someone said, look online. Yes, we can all look online, but when it comes to a presentation, which I think would be more appropriate for us to be able to dissect, and the public can see the different rates, what's working, what's not working. I appreciate the folks that have shared some grievances in terms of customer service. I think it's great to always let people know what's going on. At the same time, these companies exist to hear these situations going on all the time. So I don't want to get too into the weeds of that. I also, too, want to respect a contract and not be known as a council that doesn't agree to a contract and then can change it one way or another. I would like to see in the next 3.5 years, to be honest, is just to be able to have continued conversations, but more particularly from your office, City Attorney, is what is the specific direction you need from us, whether it's something we have to do offline, closed session, and then we do a more fleshed out presentation for council for us to have PowerPoint and to be able to ask questions. And one of the questions I asked earlier was, are there any major issues currently with our two partners from the city perspective? And the answer was no. And that's something that made me feel a little bit better, was to say, well, that's good to know that there aren't any issues. So it goes back to the question of why now, to the Vice Mayor's point. Why are we having this discussion when we're still 3.5 years out? Also supporting our union jobs as well, something that for me is really important. So I'll leave it at that, but again, I know, understanding a bit more of how Cal Waste wants to provide commercial solid waste collection through a non-exclusive manner. I also know Republic and Waste Management currently do provide commercial solid waste collection. And again, going back to the data is, well, how much do they do on both sides? That's helpful, and that's not included in our brief for council to consider, as I think that will be very helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Villapudua.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I as well agree with my colleagues. Just bad timing. Contracts, I respect contracts. I'm going to just thank the unions, Teamsters, for coming out here today, knowing I got a bunch of calls this morning, this afternoon. And I am a big union supporter. They're in my district, so I care about their jobs. I care about the people, especially right now. We're still going through a lot, and to lose jobs, it'd be a big impact in our community. But that being said, competition is great as well coming in, but we shouldn't have that type of discussion right now if they're still in contracts. So I would like to revisit this at a later time. So thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and chime in. First of all, I did not put this on the agenda. Any reference to that would be false, and the city manager can attest to that. I also want to say that as leaders, we have to do what's in the best interest of our city and everybody that lives here and works here. And when I go through the staff report, I do want to say I do have some concerns, because in one instance it says on the bottom of page 2 of 4, commercial waste collection services are based on an open market, non-exclusive, which means businesses are allowed to choose waste collection services from either Republic Services or Waste Management. So I read that, but then if you go on to the next one, it says commercial service on page 3. If you go halfway down to the second empty bullet point, it says commercial service areas remained open market, non-exclusive. So there is kind of a double speak there, which causes me pause, which then I said we need a solid legal opinion. I respect all of the attorneys that are in this room. Everybody has, their stance on it. Actually, I was here when we renewed the agreement. I remember we didn't even put it out to an RFP. We went ahead and said, if it ain't broke, why fix it? And we went ahead and did an extension of the contract. So from 2004, we've been with, I say Republic, but Sunrise Sanitation and Waste Management since 2004, and we are in it until 2029. Do not want to open us up to any litigation. We don't need to be spending money unnecessarily. However, I do want a legal opinion that solidifies what this means. Is it exclusive, non-exclusive for two parties? Is it non-exclusive in general? And that's where I'm at in looking at this and saying we need a better answer on that as to where we stand, because I, union member myself, back on July 8th, if anybody remembers, on July 8th last year, on a very hot day, garbage set out. It set out on the 9th. It set out on the 10th. It set out on the 11th. And the guys in here that know I got on the horn real quickly and was like, pick up the garbage, pick it up, we don't care. It's a health and safety issue. It took 3 weeks, and it was 3 grueling weeks, but it eventually got picked up. So I just know that none of us want any jobs lost. And I don't believe that there will be, because again, it would be a freedom of choice, which is something that we are afforded to in the United States of America. But in the end, we need a solid, ironclad legal opinion on this before there can be any discussions about having another company just go ahead and start asking for commercial services. And that's my position, okay? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I remember the video when the waste was sitting outside, because I reposted it and I posted my own. I was extremely frustrated, and so was our city. I just want to say that one point of clarification. I never said the mayor put it on. What I did was educate the community how items get on the agenda for the record. I think the legislative record's important. three ways. Two council members put it on in an open setting, the manager or the mayor, but the council agenda, we all know, is created in partnership between the mayor and the manager. Again, how it got here, I don't know. I agree with Councilman Padilla. We need more information. I don't think we have enough information in the fact that our city attorney was brought into a meeting without being prepped to say, hey, you need to have all the answers and be prepared. Shows that we as a council were not prepared for a discussion on such a significant matter. I agree with Councilmember Villapudua on the union issue. And that said, what I want to do is just go ahead and make a motion that we refer this entire matter to our city manager and our city attorney to work in partnership to assess the needs of our city as it relates to waste. And if there is ever an option that we need to add a third option, let the council know, should we put out an RFP? Because a single source third-party contract to me is also questionable. Why would we not put it open to everybody because we're all saying we want our constituents to get the best deal, the best service. We also are saying that we want to make sure as a city we're getting the best deal, and we want to be respectful of union jobs. So with all that said, I would make a motion that this entire matter go back to our city manager and city attorney to work in partnership, as you've heard from council, to get more information and to determine when it's best to come back. The caveat would be that it come back as a new business item so we can have healthier debate and we can have an opportunity to get presentations and ask questions of the people.
Second that.
Thank you.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
I do agree with that motion, but Penny, if I could ask you, because waste is such a complex issue, if we didn't have this discussion, when would you typically start processing or looking out for RFP?
Probably in about 2 years or even a year and a half before the current contract expires, because it takes a long time for staff to work, to hire a consultant, and to work with the consultants to be able to do all the work that we need, specifically on rate studies and all the needs for the city. So about 2 years, between a year and a half and 2 years.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, and I just would like to add just a little bit before we go to voting. I remember we were cautioned against extending the contract, but council voted contrary to that request, and we supported our waste haulers as it stood. But again, as we've heard from potential customers out in the audience, you know, our waste haulers need to do a better job, and it's not the haulers itself, it's the companies need to make sure that they are communicating with people, that they are ready and available. And with that, we have a motion to kick it back to city attorney and city manager. We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Okay, moving on then to item 6.7. Adopt a resolution to accept. Oh, no. Okay. We're going to go ahead and take an 11-minute break, coming back at 3:20.
Woke up this morning, badge on my chest, sirens are wailing, no time for rest. Patrolling these streets in the big city lights, but the city's playing games, denying our rights. Got them no contract blues, working every day, risking my life for that same old pay. Mayor talking tough, union standing tall, big city cops got no deal at all. trouble from dawn until dusk. Bullets are flying in the force we trust. They want more from us, but won't give what's due. Overtime stacking morale, feeling blue. Got them no contract blues, working every day, risking my life for that same old pay. Mayor talking tough, union standing tall. Big city cops got no deal at all. We hold the line when the night gets mean. Keep this town safe, keep it clean. But the suits downtown just stall and delay while we suit up and work without fair pay. How long must we wait in vain for a handshake deal in this pouring rain? Negotiations drag on year after year. Back pay promising, but nothing appears. We keep the peace in this concrete jungle wild, but without a fair contract, it's driving us riled. Got them no contract blues, working every day, risking my life for that same old pay. Mayor talking tough, union standing tall. Big city cops got no deal at all. Contract blues, no contract blues. Contract blues, big city cops. shopping cart and my aluminum cans. She took my shopping cart, no regard for this broken man. It's not easy being homeless with a vagrant bitch on your hands. She took my shopping cart. She took my shopping cart. She took my shopping cart, baby, and my aluminum cans. Woke up in the shelter and all my shit was gone. Woke up in the shelter, baby, and that wicked bitch was gone. Obama phone, EBT card, and now I got nothing going on. She took my shopping cart. She took my shopping cart. She took my shopping cart, baby, and my aluminum cans. She took my shopping cart. She took my shopping cart. She took my shopping cart.
She dances in the fire as she lights up the dark. She takes it to the wire, never missing a mark. She brings it into the light, the dark evil that lives within.
7, which is adopt a resolution to accept $1.5 million California for All Youth Service Corps Round 4 grant. Hi, Grant.
Hello.
Go ahead, Ms. Padilla.
Thank you, thank you. While I fully support this program, and I'm grateful that all the opportunities that it provides for our youth, I do have some questions with regards to the proposed expenditures. And my full intent is to make sure that we maximize as many students so that they can benefit from this program and offer additional jobs and wage opportunities. So in the 25 round 2 grant, it's listed as fellow costs and other costs, which total about $1 million. And in the 26th round, it changed to fellow wages and other fellow costs. So if you could just explain what those expenditures are?
Yeah, so the fellow wages category or the fellow cost category, that's just the straight up hourly pay going to all they're called fellows broadly, regardless of their actual title at the work site. But so the city, we employ about 106, and then through our partners, they employ many more as well. So it's a blended total between the three of us. So that's not just our program. And I believe it's the fellow wages line, and then there's a benefit line. So those two are both going to just like wages and benefits for the workers that are employed both in our program and then the two programs that we support.
So it just says fellow costs and other fellow costs. Mm-hmm. So does it mean city staff, or those are the actual youth applicants?
That would be only to like the fellows themselves, so like wages.
I'm sorry, if you can explain what fellow means.
Yeah, so they just consider anyone employed by the program. So our student workers, for example, The state calls them fellows.
Okay.
We call them student workers. They may be called, a barista working at, a nonprofit.
Okay,
So,
thank
but
you.
the state considers them fellows.
Okay.
And if you don't mind, what you were saying, so there is, other fellow costs are workman's comp,
Okay, the
Medicare,
benefits.
insurance premiums, all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So that adds to it. So there's the actual hourly wage, and then there are all the other costs that are associated with the students. And then there's administration,
Right.
operating
Yeah,
costs,
I saw
and
that.
wraparound
I
services.
saw that. Thank you. I just didn't understand what fellow meant. And then from 2025, there was a balance of 86,000. Does that go back to the state, or is that in our remaining balance still?
No, that goes back to the state. So of that 86,000, that's again between us and our two partners. So on our end of that, 'cause I got a little curious myself looking at that, our remaining balance was $3,370. The rest of that came from our external partners. So that's definitely something we'll be looking at moving forward. We're going to be doing another RFP this year, or NOFA, I think is more accurate, to see what community partners exist that can do this work. So we definitely want to make sure, we're trying to expend as many of these resources as we can. I will say, in the grant-funded world, it is a bit tricky. You have to be conservative because the only thing worse than spending 3% less would be spending 3% more and coming back to you all and saying, hey, we need more money. So we try to be very careful to never allow that, obviously, to happen. Unfortunately, being a little overly careful can obviously lead to some, money left on the table. But on our end, we basically did, spend almost 100%.
Mm-hmm. And I remember in prior years, we used to fund laptops. Are we still doing that or not?
I believe, yes. Yes.
And approximately how much does that cost? I didn't see it here.
I don't know. What was what? 86,000
Okay.
for this year.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions unless someone else does.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So with this grant, and is this the YES program, or is this? Okay.
It's YES program, and it's basically we take whatever money we think we can use that year. That's YES, that's our staff, all that. And then if there's any remaining left over, then we do a NOFA to find community partners that can use that money as well.
It's like YES plus.
Right.
So the city manager and I had a conversation at some point about like all our different municipalities that have budgets to help really like look at how we're enriching the lives of young people. Do we work in partnership with SUSD, MUSD, all the other school districts to see on top of this 1.5 or whatever million that we have, they have this, they have that, and collectively we have this pot, so we go after more kids? Because I think it was last year when we got in, I think the mayor had talked about the year prior where I think only 100 kids got a job or something. I'm just trying to see how we do more with more, and with more community partners. Is that something that happens?
Yeah, we absolutely partner with them on recruitment for our programs. We also partner with them at the end of our program. We have like a big jobs fair essentially. So we try to invite everyone else who has other opportunity, right? We're only here for 5 or 6 weeks. So we try to find other opportunities to say, hey, you're done here, but you could go off, work at this organization, that organization. There's all these other opportunities out there. A lot of kids end up coming on as part-time staff here at the city. So there's a lot of different pathways, forward. As far as like a broader strategic conversation about like where are all the youth programs and who does what and how's that work, I don't.
Well, yeah,
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I'm not asking that. What I'm saying is, for example, I'm sitting here as you're talking, even if it's 4 or 5 weeks, are we engaging probation to see at-risk kids who may not have the excitement about work, but can be excited because they're exposed to a job opportunity? Is, what we're always thinking is, how are we creating pathways out of poverty, right? So poverty alleviation, that's getting people jobs, getting people skilled, getting people exposed to opportunities. So I'm just wondering, outside of like, yes, we're gonna get the grant, but like, do we talk to Dr. Rodriguez to see what SUSD has and how this 1.5 with this 1.5 with this 1.5 collectively can work together to target X amount of kids? And then are we targeting some of our at-risk kids who need an opportunity? Those are just questions I have in my mind.
Vice Mayor, yeah, and I can help with that. Yes, we are looking. Audrey, who serves now as the interim community service director, we're going to be keeping her on for a little bit longer, and she's going to be doing special projects for me. And that's one of the things that I'm going to be tasking her with, is working with the different organizations throughout the city, and even in some cases, the county, to begin to pull those entities together to do exactly the type of thing that you're talking about. Even within the YES program, where we've in the past had students that have gone out of the YES program into full-time employment. And actually, Grant was one of those folks that did that. And so, yes, we're going to begin to look long-term in the future, especially with the young people that are working in the different programs, and also trying to leverage the money that we have in the different programs across the city, and not just the YES program.
And OVP too. You know, the other thing I would
Correct.
say is, like, today having PG&E come in and donate the $100,000, right? I'm sure there's organizations and companies out there that would be excited about this. I mean, I just don't know, is there an opportunity to create an expansive approach to how we're doing this? I don't know the answer to that, it's in my mind.
Councilman Enriquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so Grant, I just want to say congrats again. I was at your kickoff welcome ceremony, I think 2 weeks ago. I know myself, the mayor, a couple others were there. I would say leading up to it, I think one of the things I would like to learn more is just to see a one-pager, the end result, the summary, so to speak. I know there's students that work with departments. I know here you mentioned placements across city departments. They have professional development workshops. What are they? How many do you have? Financial literacy training. How many of them do you host? Who leads them? Resume development, mentorship opportunities. You know, how many students are matched with who? Just to see that really broken down visually would be very helpful. That way, when as ambassadors, so to speak, of the city, we can get the word out leading up to the application deadline. Have it down on our calendars of the ceremony, both opening and closing. Seeing how we can be incorporated or be more helpful day of in terms of logistics. And then, yeah, I think just the workshops themselves, and to what my colleagues have shared, just what other opportunities we can help out with moving forward.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the shout out. All the credit belongs to Dale and my wonderful team who throws on all these great events every year and really runs the day-to-day of the program. And we do actually generate an impact. We do call it an impact report every year. We usually forward it to the city manager, so we'll definitely make sure y'all get a copy. And yeah, we try to talk about like hours of service dedicated, how many parks did we clean up, how many things did we get painted, all that kind of good metrics that really justify the program. So yeah, happy to provide.
So I was thinking, when you were a fellow, it was a stipend.
I was 1 year too early, sadly, but
Okay,
I was
well,
not
I
paid
remember there used to be a stipend.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
a set amount.
Right.
And, I'm thinking, if that's the direction we could go in, only because I think it's less payroll intensive
Right.
on that, and we can hire more, which is why I said, I'm looking at least 20 kids with that $100,000 just so to do a stipend with sliding scale hours. So I'm going to pilot it. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
But if we can maybe, if it works out well, go in that direction. So more of the money gets to the kids as opposed to all the other things. Because I printed this out, and you know me, I love numbers. So I printed out your grant proposal budget and was going through those. And so looking at all the items there, as well as the fact that we're working with partner organizations, those partner organizations really need to be very mindful. We shouldn't be giving any money back to the state. And I don't know if they can kick that back to the city or what they can do, if we can stay on them about it. But we've got so many kids in need in this city that all that money should somehow find its way to them. But I am happy that there's 191 kids listed on here, with 85 getting $17 an hour, because in Atlanta, they get $15 an hour, and they have 6,000 kids in their summer program. But they also have over 1 million people in their city. But when Mayor Dickens said, oh yeah, we got 6,000 kids employed, I said, what? What? how can we, well, we only need 1/6 of that.
Right.
And then we could, really make a even bigger splash in the pool. But I'm happy that this is continuing. I don't know what's going to happen after 2027, after next summer, but the fact that we have those funds, like, we need to make sure we're getting the most bang for our buck on those dollars and getting it to our kids. So, thank you.
Agreed.
If there are no other questions, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, moving on to, yes, clap, 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 clap. Moving on to the next item, a motion to execute a 1-year extension to the standard agreement with Hard Luck Animal Welfare Associates in an amount not to exceed $3,969,675. Hi, Ashley.
Thank you, Ashley. I completely understand the critical issues that we have with our animals and the need for veterinarian services. It's just a comment that all I would like to see is maybe a staff evaluation of what it would be like to hire a veterinarian. I know Banfield, they utilize interns from UC Davis, and they're doing the veterinarian service work. And I researched salary of a veterinarian. It was like $150 to $180. So just to see what would be a more cost-effective way, because overall, didn't this add up to like $10 million?
So that's the total for the entirety of the contract, which would be the 3 years that we've had with them, plus the 1-year extension,
Right.
plus the 4 new positions. So, yes.
Right. So if we could just, in the future.
Sure.
But other than that, I have no other comments.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Since you pulled it, I'm thinking of Betsy Sue, so I just want to ask a couple questions about pet overpopulation. As you know, in my district, we recently had the attack, and it's a big issue, and it's been a big issue for a while. And just a disclaimer, I'm an animal lover, but understanding that we do have a city with an over pet population, what is our process? So you catch the dogs or cats, you take them to, can you walk me through that process?
Yes. So our highest priority calls, of course, are our sick, injured, and aggressive animals. We go out, and let's just use dogs as an example. We go out, we capture the dog, we bring it into the shelter. They have a 72-hour state-mandated hold period for the stray weight. At that point, that animal can be evaluated for placement, whatever that type of placement may be. If we deem it adoptable, we make it available for adoption. If we don't deem it adoptable, then we either go a rescue route or a negative outcome route.
And then, so the negative outcome is you put Betsy Sue to sleep.
That is correct.
So when dogs or cats first come in, are they chipped right away or spayed or neutered at all, or no?
Not right away. That's we do that before they leave, or we do a foster to adopt program if we're booked out just a little bit for our alters, to where they come back, get altered, and then the adoption's finalized at that point. But we wait until somebody's interested in them to do that process.
Okay, and then at what point do we, or what point does the, what did you call the euthanization? What is that? You
A
said,
negative outcome?
okay, negative outcome. At what point does the negative outcome happen? If they come back again, or if they stay there for too long and you can't find a place?
So it's if they start to decompensate in kennel, meaning they start getting kennel stressed, they start, lunging at kennel doors, just mentally suffering. If they are physically suffering, so any sort of injury that we can't repair or treat in shelter, we can make that decision, or if it's length of stay at that point.
And what's the length of stay? Just understand that.
Our average length of stay right now is about 30 days, which is one of the lower lengths of stays for the shelters in our area.
So after 30 days, if you can't find their owner, or you can't rehome them, or they can't go anywhere else, then they're put to sleep.
Then they are put on a list, yes, for that recommendation.
What, and I heard on the audience, and I asked the question, one, just so that way everybody hears it, because oftentimes council members I'll see on Facebook, we're all getting attacked because we're not catching dogs, but part of that is the owner responsibility to keep their dogs at home. She has, correct. I don't know how many dogs you got at this point, and her dogs had like 10 puppies or something, but she knows where her dogs are. I know where my dogs are, and I think that for me, I always want to think of what's the solution, right? Nobody wants to put an animal to sleep, but we also don't want people mauled on their walks or kids bitten or other things. And So my last question is there an ordinance right now in the city where it says, Jason Lee can only have X amount of dogs? And if so, what is that? Do you know?
There are. So we have a limit of 3 dogs per household. There are a lot of households that exceed that amount, and we do try to work with those households as we can. But unfortunately, it's one of those scenarios that we have to weigh. Can we help them at a later date and take the animals that are on the street right now off the street, sort of thing? And that's why we're trying to expand our community resources, because those that have more than 3 animals at home, typically, those came from an unwanted litter, right? And so if we can avoid that by offering more spaying and neutering or more of our community wellness programs, then that will mitigate a lot of that issue.
Well, thank you for all the work you do. We know you love the work that you're doing, and your team is great. I'll defer to the mayor, but at some point, I would like us as a council to hear from you all what we can do to help policy-wise or resource-wise or something, because we see the issues, and I don't have the answer.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm sure she'll say there's never enough money. Give her more money. But I would say, I like to say that I appreciate that you saved nearly 5,000 animals. I think it was like 4,979. Well, 79 is the percentage survival rate. So I know that's above the national average. So I'm proud of that number. I'm also super excited about the number of spay and neuterings that are happening, and how happy the public is. I stood in line over at Fremont, and the woman in front of me, she had 3 cats, and 1 cat was pregnant, and she's like, she's just like, oh. Yeah. But it is, and she was just so grateful. Everybody in line was super grateful, and the fact that you also microchip, trim their nails, give them all their shots at no cost to them. It's okay, our tax dollars hard at work, but still these people otherwise would not get it done. And when you do get them in, I know they're scanned for a chip right away, a microchip right away, to try to find their owner. And also the fact that you go down into the sloughs and encampments, that your animal service officers are literally engaging with animal owners every single day to help them be better for parents, and improving the quality of life for their fur babies, I think is, I think that's God's work, just saying, because animals, they are solely dependent. These are domesticated animals that are solely dependent upon humans. So, okay. We got Graviette up here. Are we in trouble?
No, ma'am. You actually took my thunder. Thank you for the kind words, but I just wanted to the mayor, vice mayor, city manager, and council. Ashley and her team do a tremendous job, and they keep upping it every year. One, through like grants like as this, and the outreach that we're doing, whether it's the spay and neutering, the placements, and everything else. So you hit the nail on the head. I just wanted to just give a shout out to Ashley and her team. They do a tremendous job. Is there room for improvement? Absolutely. We'll continue to look forward to that. But for what they're doing, it's been a tremendous amount of work, and they do a great job. So. And
I will add that we're doing our best. We drove by an animal in the street, and Anita stopped right away. I tried to make sure traffic didn't hit her as she, picked up the animal and made sure that it was no longer there. But I know that's one of the biggest calls that we get is, hey, there's this animal, it needs to get picked up. So it's tough. I felt bad for that animal, even though it was no longer with us, but to have to pick it up, and I think about the person that hit it as well. I would lose it if I hit a cat. But anyway, or dog. I appreciate the work that you do, and I think we all do up here, and keep up the good work. And, if we find some golden donor out there, we can put their name on the animal shelter or something if they want to donate 10 million, or how much do you want? Do you have like a wish number?
I could do a lot of work with 15 million. That'd be pretty
50.
good.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, and I wanted to say, I was just at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. We have, it's Keith's Healthy Food Inc. here, and they are owned by Mars. Mars owns Pedigree, and they said, do you guys need dog food or cat food? I said, uh-huh. And then they also own Banfield, and they said they send out people to do free spay and neuterings, and I said, come to Stockton. I mean, I'm just like, whatever you have that can help us in the city of Stockton. As Councilwoman Padilla pointed out, they have UC Davis. Hey, we have operating rooms, you know, the vice mayor didn't like looking in them, but we do have operating rooms. So I am entertaining that conversation with them, and I will include you in all of that communication. It's not 50 million, but it's still something. So thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no other comments, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, moving on to 6.19. This is approve a motion to authorize standard agreement amendment number 14 and authorize professional services contract for number 11 for the new City Hall renovation and relocation project. Yes, we got Penny, Ms. Padilla.
Thank you, Penny. Do we know what's remaining in the contingency fund balance? Because it said no financial impact because that's where it's coming from.
Yeah, good question. The answer to that is we have sufficient funds right now to complete the construction. As you know, we're moving into it. So we're getting pretty close to the end of the balance to actually move people in.
And can we...
And to finish construction.
Can we confirm there will be no additional amendments or costs added?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, I asked that question.
Okay, so the short of it is, as you know, with these projects, we are in the construction. We're presently talking with the contractor and negotiating the final cost of the project because of the changes. And so we've talked with the city manager, and we have plans to bring in the additional funds as needed.
City manager made us promise that we were going to stop asking at a certain...
Stop asking.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilman Padilla, for that statement. And although we're giggling, I, as the chair of the audit committee, we did order an audit on the City Hall renovation project, and it did not happen. I just want to put that on the record again, reminding that when the new auditor comes in, I do plan to bring it to the council to have that discussion, because it almost seems like every time we talk about the new City Hall, it's like more pay, more money, more this, more
We'll
that.
be more than happy to work with you to get that information for you.
Thank you.
We have a public comment.
Mary Elizabeth, please.
So I did get this a little bit to start here. And so what we're hearing, like millions and millions and millions and millions, of overrun on this project here. The newspapers have all, gone in and got lots of kind of information and, spelled it out. And, it comes to the change orders, and so I just, I just wish that when we get into projects like this, that it can go to some kind of public committee, to even have the city staff be accountable, because we have no idea about how many different changes have gone on and what were those changes for. And again, people are asking, and I just asked today, and even the planning commission, have asked about it, and they haven't been told how many seats are we going to have, for the people at this. 90, so 90, of a city of, over 300,000. And I think about, the Tracy City Council, where 300 can be held. And, what that could have been used for, and when we're looking at staff prioritization versus community prioritization, less than 60% of the staff that is currently working for the city actually live within the city. And so, you know, those are the people that live here are people whose families are going to be here, whose grandkids are going to be, you know, going here. And, you know, when we are not held accountable, and just even when you got people coming over, you know, you clean up your house, right? If you've got to go and talk to some committee, you're going to like have it in line.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, so I just want to make a comment on that. You know, some of the people that have to be held accountable too are our contractors and our managing contractors. Look, great guys, I don't have a complaint, but there are times though when things are not done on time, not done on budget, and this kind of was the whole cluster of that. But I don't think we should pay for other people's mistakes. But I do know that there potentially will be some more costs, and I only bring that up because if you have a eastern facing window, it gets awfully hot. I mean, even the metal around it is hot to the touch. And so I don't know how to mitigate that, but there are things invariably that come up, either with the HVAC or the plumbing or something like that. But I do know that there's contingency fund that is set aside specifically, because you might say, oh, I'm going to do a $100,000 remodel on something. And then it's like, oops, there's this, this, and this, and I didn't know till I opened the wall up that I was going to find this. And then there it is. So do you just stop the project then with your wall open? Most people don't. So just know to add a percentage on that for contingency. Did we go well above and beyond that? When we were sold this project, we were told 25 million all in. Yeah, we missed the mark on that substantially. But again, we didn't know what we bought at the time was going to require the amount of work that it ultimately ended up being. And so that comes from, you know, council not having all the information to, you know, intelligently make a decision. So with that, if there are no other comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Oh, okay. I guess I motioned. Okay, council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. And then the very last one from Councilwoman Padilla, approve a motion to authorize professional services contract amendment number 7 for the animal shelter renovation project.
And I think this is just a continuation of the conversation that we just had. You know, it seems that every project that we have comes back to council with additional funds. And while I understand that there's unforeseeable circumstances, whether, you know, we have weather issues or, you know, things that we just didn't know about, how can we ensure that we're exercising fiscal oversight so that when we approve a budget that, you know, we could have confidence that when we say it's going to be 10 million, it's going to be 10 million.
Thank you, Councilman Padilla. I think Madam Mayor kind of alluded to some of those things that we certainly can improve on in terms of project management, creating a sense of accountability and proper and accurate reporting back and accounting for all the change orders and the spending, and holding contractors accountable too, as well as ourselves as staff. And being good stewards of the city's finances should be a priority, and certainly something that, you know, in future projects that we'll definitely be looking to emphasize more often.
I appreciate you saying that. And is this scheduled completion to be October of 2026?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
And to that point, I would say, look at Victory Park pool renovation and look at McKinley Park on budget, actually under budget, both of them on time, as close as possible, but done right. And we had funds left over from those projects. So we're able to do it. It just, we need to be on it to make sure it actually happens. So Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. To Councilwoman Padilla's question of how do we ensure that a project that's 10 million is 10 million, I'll kind of agree with her, but I want to go back to what the mayor said on the previous item. And to clarify, this council had no, I didn't have any responsibility in that project, but from my understanding from what she said, the project was slated to be 25 million, ended up ballooning to 100 million. I think there's a difference in the distinction between 10 million and 11, 25 and 100, and that's why, again, auditing that, because I said earlier, you did something funny with the money, you need to go to jail, and I still believe people should go to jail if they did anything wrong. I don't know that they have, but I do agree, if you come before council and say we have a $10 million project, and goes from 10 million to 100. That's why I think staff reports, making sure we're getting the right assessments, getting all the information, so we know we're making the most well-informed decision, because 25 million to 100 million, it's kind of crazy. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0, banner night. So moving on then to our next agenda item, we have moved out of consent, and we have administrative matters. I don't know, council would like to weigh on items at this time or wait for their council comments. We will get to them. Okay, unfinished business, none hearings. Okay, so we can do a couple of these now. And a couple we have to wait till 5:30 because of the public notice. So 9.1, 2026 public hearing on workforce vacancies, recruitment and retention efforts pursuant to Government Code Section 3502.3, AB 2561. HR.
She's on her way.
Okay.
Here she comes.
Good day, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I am Alicia Figueroa, the Deputy Director of HR, and here to present the Assembly Bill 2561. This There we go. Thank you. This Assembly Bill 2561 was signed by Governor Gavin Newsom on September 22nd, 2024. This requires public agencies to report annually on current state of vacancies within the agency and recruitment and retention efforts. Specifically, agencies are to track job vacancies, present information on the status of the vacancies, and recruitment, including retention efforts. Also, to identify policies, procedures, and recruitment activity that may present obstacles in hiring. Additionally, information may be required where vacancy rates in a bargaining unit meets or exceeds 20%. Also, the vacancy report that is being reflected today needs to be adopted prior to the adoption of the final budget. The next slide is going to show our current vacancy rates by bargaining unit. As you can see, the total is 13.07%. This also note that the no bargaining unit exceeds 20% as of May 12, 2026. Here is the unrepresented vacancy rates. We are at 13.92% as a total.
I'm sorry, I have a question, Mayor. Sure. So what?
Which one?
Go back to the last slide, because you're going through this fairly quickly.
Go ahead.
So you just kind of went straight over that. Now, these vacancies, I understand PD's vacancies are, I guess, subject to all the hiring challenges we've heard many times, but with all these other vacancies, and Mayor, help me when I ask this question if I don't say it right, are departments, are they vacant because departments can't find the people? Or are they vacant because department heads are just holding on to vacancies to keep money in their departments? I don't know how this works. I'm just trying to understand.
Really, it's answers to all of the above.
In here?
Yes. We have positions that we intentionally leave vacant. We have positions that we have issues with hiring and finding enough people to work. And so it's a combination of all of the above when it comes to the vacancies.
The reason I asked the question is because later when we talk about the budget and we talk about budget approvals, understanding there are some departments that may be understaffed and need things, but they don't request them, and then other departments that intentionally leaving vacancies. I'm trying to understand the rationale in that, and I don't know if you want to get through the rest of this presentation and spin the block to explain that, but I need to understand that. However and whenever you want to tell me.
Just like the city manager stated, it's really a combination of situations where.
And
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, we even leave positions vacant for budgeting purposes. So yes, it's all of those answers where we're leaving positions vacant, because we also understand that there's not and will not be a year where we will have 100% positions filled. So it's a natural, and I don't know the percentage, but typically governmental agencies will run a vacancy rates of 8 to 11% throughout the year. And so we sort of budget and plan on those vacancies as part of balancing the budget.
Got it. Okay. Maybe that's education for a later time because it looks like it's 13%.
Yes, sir. A really long and heavy discussion, but we can walk you through that whole process in a mindset, in a mind process with thinking to doing exactly that, leaving vacancies.
And the reason why I asked the question, I do recall at some point there was a conversation that the vacancy rate was somewhere around, I thought, 7 to 9%. Right now it looks like it's 13.07%. So if we're almost double the average, I just need to understand that.
Right, and a lot of that can be more so from public safety, where they're having a little bit tougher and harder time filling vacancies, so yes.
Okay.
Any questions on this? No?
Oh, I have lots of questions. I'll just ask them later.
I'd like to introduce our workforce planning supervisor, Adrienne. She's going to come up now and take over the rest of this presentation, and then I'll come back. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Again, my name is Andrelyn Petate. I'm the supervising HR analyst over our workforce planning division. So I did want to provide a snapshot into what it looks like for our recruitment process for civil service positions, so classified positions. Essentially what happens is when the department identifies a vacancy, they submit a requisition in our applicant tracking system, that's NeoGov. And then that requisition goes through an approval process to include the department head as well as budget. And then once the requisition is approved by NeoGov, HR reviews the vacancy details, and then additionally we consult with the hiring department. So again, this is looking at civil service positions. So at this point, what we do is HR will verify if there's an active eligibility list that's been approved by Civil Service Commission. If there is an active eligibility list, we do what's called a certification for appointment based on number of vacancies. So if there is one vacancy, the department receives 10 names from the certified eligible list, and then they can start their interview process. If there is no established eligible list, that's where this comes in. So essentially, we would meet with the department, as I mentioned. We would go over the classification specification, so the position's job description, and then additionally go over the recruitment flyer and see if there's any other additional job advertisement boards that we can post the position on. So some examples, we do social media postings. We also post with the different chambers as well as MMANC, which is the what we utilize for public sector vacancies as well. So Essentially what we do, like I mentioned, we go through the entire recruitment process, which includes an examination per civil service rules. So an examination can be assembled or unassembled, and some examples would be our online written examination, our practical, our oral examination, and then our examination for training and experience. Once we have conducted our examination, HR will place the candidates on a ranking list based on their scores from the examination, and that is what we take to civil service for approval. Once civil service approves the eligibility list, then from there we can send and refer names to the department for certification of appointment, and then they can start their interview process. Any questions on this process before I move forward? Oops. And then now I want to go over non-civil service process. So we call this our unclassified positions that are not covered by civil service. So it's that same beginning process. If a vacancy occurs, the department is instructed to enter the vacancy in our applicant tracking system, which is again NeoGov. From there, it gets approved by both the department head as well as budget. And then that's when HR will consult with the department to see how they would like to move forward and proceed with the recruitment process. We would open the recruitment based on different types of job advertisements we'd like to utilize. So again, that's social media or any other job boards that are associated with the classification that we're recruiting for. We would do an applicant screening to ensure individuals meet the minimum qualifications. And then from there, we can send those individuals who meet minimum qualifications to the subject matter experts, which is typically the hiring manager for the department. They do a review and they can select candidates that they'd like to interview. So they do their candidate interviews, and then HR, will proceed through our applicant tracking system to submit a conditional offer and go through our pre-employment process as well. And then of course, lastly, they're scheduled for new hire orientation. Any questions on this slide before I move forward? All right. So the next slide identifies our full-time hires within the last 12 months. So for administrative services, we have 12 hires. The city attorney's office, we have 5. City clerk, 2. City manager's office, 15. Community development, 3. Community services, 14. Economic development, 4. Fire, 35. Human resources, 6. Information technology, 4. Municipal utilities, 22, police, 76, and then lastly, public works is 13. And then this will also give you a snapshot of our full-time hires within the last 30 days. So admin services, we've hired 1, city attorney's office, 1, community services, 1, fire, 2, human resources, 2, information technology, 1, municipal utilities, 1, and then police, 8 hires. So we also wanted to show you some recruitment and retention incentives that we have for SPOA. So these are additional side letter incentives to include a $15,000 new hire sign-on bonus, relocation assistance, 40 hours of advanced vacation leave. City pays the entire employee share of monthly health plan contributions, enhancements to things like shift differentials, standby pay, and longevity pay, the callback pay increase, as well as a 5% SWAT ad pay. And another incentive that we have for our telecommunicators within the police and fire department is a $10,000 new hire sign-on bonus that will sunset June 30th of 2026. With our current situation, so right now we are reviewing civil service and finding ways that we can modernize and be more efficient in our hiring process. We do recognize our modern employment market, and we can't also acknowledge the slowdown or prolongment of the hiring process, especially in terms of civil service. It's detrimental and it's a major hindrance in remaining competitive, again, for the highly desirable candidates, especially, with local and different like Bay Area, et cetera, being able to compete with the prolonged hiring process. That is something we recognize. We are currently in the process of reviewing our civil service rules and finding ways, like I mentioned, to modernize our recruitment through proactive sourcing. So NeoGov actually has a proactive search engine where we can look up candidates through Boolean searches based on their skills for hard to fill positions or any positions or recruitments that we currently have open with the city. Some additional efforts. So to date, workforce planning team for fiscal year 24-25, we have attended 17 outreach events. This is a combination of different university hiring fairs, college career days at high schools, as well as local community events. We have an upcoming event. It's Juneteenth, so we're really excited to attend and table there. We've also tabled at Cinco de Mayo as well. One thing we're really working on and working through is enhancing our employer brand. How can we attract candidates through enhancing how to work with the city? So some things we're looking at is, through social media and again, modernizing our recruitment process, we want to be able to partner with the city's Optic team to create either a recruitment video or have a better presence in the social media for City of Stockton to be able to fill these positions. We've been doing electronic onboarding, which includes conditional offers and new hire paperwork. There is an exception for public safety since we do have to follow some public safety hiring guidelines, but most of our positions are through electronic onboarding for conditional offers. And then essentially, one of the newest things we've done is we've partnered with Work for America. If you've never heard of Work for America before, they're a nonprofit. They assist public sectors with hiring processes, and we're currently mapping the police officer trainee recruitment process to see if there's identify any gaps that there are in the process, and then also address those bottlenecks and work directly with the police department to address those as well and find ways that, again, we can modernize and be more efficient when we are hiring for their safety positions. And then lastly, we, of course, wanted to thank you. And then the next steps is to see if you have any additional questions for myself or for the Deputy Director, Alicia.
So I do have a couple questions, but it might be the city manager that needs to respond to it. So all those bonuses up there, looks great. What about bonus for fire engineers since we're hemorrhaging those? Just throwing that out there. Don't know if it's a possibility, but if we're able to entice somebody to come here or test, become, whatever, we need to make sure we have fully staffed trucks.
We would be more than happy to go back and look at it and bring you up to date on
Okay,
that.
and then the
to
other
full
thing
council.
was the police department having their own dedicated HR person to get the people through the.
I've already started talking with HR exactly about that, Alicia and I, and hopefully we will give you an update on that fairly soon also.
Great job, thank you. Okay, public comment, we have a public comment, and then sorry.
Mary Elizabeth, please.
I was not planning on making any comment because I had seen that presentation. It's posted on the website, but on June 5th, that this presentation was not available. And so while people can see this presentation because of your good work there, when there's committee meetings, that isn't the case. And so I just say this for public information because as that item had already gotten started, I would not have been, I'm not allowed tomorrow, right? Because you've now passed that provision disallowing any comment cards to be submitted after the item has initiated. And so I just wanted to take this time to really understand what consequences there are when city staff doesn't have the material when the agenda is published. And this is for all committees. Because people can see this now, but if this were a committee meeting, all they would see is you all. Because this gentleman is not here during committee meetings. And so it's really critical for public involvement that that information be available, particularly now that you've curtailed how the public can address the council. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Councilwoman Padilla.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm aware that there are some issues with regards to civil service. Specifically, what type of issues are you working on, and how long will new things be implemented to speed the process along?
So currently what we're working on, especially on the public safety side, is we want to be able to identify any rules that need amendments that are limiting the hiring process. So an example would be essentially, like I said, our police officer trainees. We're trying to find more creative ways. They're on what's called a continuous examination list, meaning we do monthly PD testing in collaboration with our police department. And I know Mayor brought up an HR analyst committed to the department. We do have Eric Torr, who's our HR analyst, and he's also there for monthly testing. In terms of reviewing civil service rules, of course, we would partner with the city attorney's office as well as any additional city departments to ensure that when we are looking to revise these rules, it's in accordance with the charter and how we would look into it. But we have been looking at things like our certification process, and then additionally, like how many names can be referred to departments dependent on the number of vacancies, since it's really just written out on there. Like, how can we modernize that and ensure that, you know, we're providing an ample number of candidates for our vacancies, and then additionally still be in line with civil service, and, you know, the ultimate goal of civil service is for it to be merit-based hiring and based for there to be no hiring bias as we're going through the recruitment process. So we just want to ensure we're still following, you know, the bones of the civil service rules and regulations.
And are you meeting with directors also, getting their feedback with regards to issues they're having?
Yes, we're doing that. That's definitely a directive that I am taking to make sure that I'm meeting with those, as well as the workforce planning team. They meet with all of their departments regularly to ensure that we're understanding why the vacancies are, what are we doing to try to fill those positions and understand those situations.
And just for public example, I had spoken to a director, and one of their processes is that they have to interview a person 3 times, regardless of, you know, when typically if you're a director, you know right away if that person's going to be a right fit or not. And that director may just say, you know what, this person isn't right for this job, you know, just doesn't fit. But still, regardless of that, they have to have them interview 3 separate times. And even as an applicant, I would think, you know, oh, I got a second interview, you know, they might, oh, I got a third one, you know, and then ultimately they just never were a right fit. So, you know, just little things like that I could think would hold up a hiring process.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I mean, I have lots of questions. I'm going to reserve them for a meeting with the manager to just ask them before I conclude on my concerns here. But the one thing I will say is, you know, we as a council have done a lot, and the audit committee, and all of us have done a lot of work to make sure that we're hiring properly, that we're above board and above reproach as it relates to jobs being posted in competitions. Again, my understanding is the vacancy typically is around 7 to 9%. And I understand from previous discussions why that was baked into the budget. 13.07% concerns me. And also, again, in a market where you know, people are looking for work, I just want to know where we're intentionally leaving positions open or where we're having challenges finding people for jobs, because I know there are people out there that do need jobs, but lots of questions. Thanks.
But Vice Mayor, we'd be more than happy, maybe one of the meetings in July, and come back and sort of give the council a whole update on HR as it relates to recruitment, retention, and everything else dealing with vacancies and all of that good stuff, and even how it relates to the budget.
Yeah, but also, you know, and I just want to know where there's, I want to know more, knowing more, I can govern more effectively. I mean, I learned at the last budget session, subplanting, didn't know what that was. I mean, most people can't expect me to come in off the street and know all the rules and all the laws, but everybody working around here is smarter than me. So if I see 2 vacant positions in OVP, I want to assume it's because we can't find anybody, not because we're playing a shell game to get grants. Again, wanting to understand more so I can be more effective in my job, but I have lots of questions.
Got it.
Thank you.
So seeing no other questions, I declare the public hearing closed and bring it back to council. You have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 9.2, public hearing to adopt the fiscal year 2026-27 annual budget, approve the capital improvement plan, approve the 26-27 fee schedule, approve the fiscal year 26-27 California constitutional appropriations limit, adopt the fiscal year 26-27 annual budget for the parking authority of the city of Stockton, adopt the fiscal year 26-27 annual budget for the successor agency to the former Stockton Redevelopment Agency. Public hearing is open.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. I'm Gilbert Garcia, CFO. I'm going to provide a high-level overview of the budget. We did do an in-depth survey of the budget on the 2nd. The budget priorities are enhancing public safety, supporting economic development, and investing in infrastructure. Total citywide expenditures for all funds in the budget were about $1 billion. This chart shows the same information that was in the pie chart, but it shows year-over-year changes. So the total budget went up by about 7% year over year. Citywide revenues, again, this is all funds, not just the general fund, $973,000, $973 million, I'm sorry, yeah, that was a short, a few zeros. That is less than the expenditure budget, but that is the planned use of fund balance for capital projects. So we typically fund our capital projects. We pay in cash, so pay as you go. We do not typically borrow money for our capital projects, so we use prior year money. So this is an intended use of prior year fund balance. And as you see here, our capital project budget is split between utilities and transportation primarily. So utilities means mud. Transportation includes our Measure K funds, or all of our gas tax. And you see we have a very small percent of our budget for capital that goes, that is general government. So that is what we have for our facilities maintenance, for all of our kind of more discretionary capital projects. General fund expenditures, $344 million, about now 77%. Now there's probably some rounding differences, but last year our budget between police and fire for safety was 76%. Now it's 77%. This is, most cities in California spend more than half of their general fund budget on public safety, so this is not anomalous. Our revenue budget equals our expenditure budget, so we do have the balanced budget, with most of our revenues in the general fund coming from sales taxes and property taxes. I did point out during the hearing that our sales tax is a smaller percent of our budget now, of our revenues, so We do see declining growth in sales taxes. We're not seeing an actual decline yet, although that might be, it wouldn't be a surprise to me if we did. Our general fund balance, so this is what's available for the 16.67%. So that bottom line number is what's available for our working capital reserve. And it's broken out in greater detail here. So that $52 million is what's available for our working capital reserve. We do have less available projected in 26-27. So instead of having the 16.67%, we're more at 15.47% if everything happens the way we estimate in the next year's budget. So we are actually not quite able to meet that reserve target based on inflationary pressures primarily. So the recommended actions, I don't necessarily have to read every one of these, but basically we are asking council to approve the budgets and the fee schedule. And in addition to that, during the budget session, the city council directed the city manager to build in additional support for Florence in the budget. And so to that end, staff is recommending the establishment of a new position. It's the Agenda and Legislative Services Manager. So that position will support council agenda preparation and coordination, legislative workflow and compliance oversight, which is basically keep the department heads in line, making sure we're complying with the city's municipal code and ordinances, policy and staff report review, citywide interdepartmental coordination, system administration and process standardization, high-level operational support to the city council and to the city manager's office. So that'll be what the position will be doing. The funding source for that will come from the city manager's budget. So some of that will come from the citywide marketing budget. So we did mention that there'd be $150,000 in that is going to be less now because that will help fund the position in addition to funding from the city manager's operation and maintenance budget. The rest will be charged out to departments. So we're requesting authority to put that position in the budget, to add that new position, and to establish that position. And that concludes my presentation.
Do we have public comment on this item? Okay.
Mary Elizabeth, please.
Thank you. So thank you very much. I submitted comments when you were considering this in your study session, and I've submitted comments for this item today. Particularly, I'd like to call the highlight of nurse, emergency communication manager, and public safety information systems analysis. And I'd like to, see the city, step up a little bit on air quality issues. We have, we have fires that go on, neighborhoods that are impacted with commercial barbecuing, constantly. And so I'd like to, see some effort to look at air quality public health issues with those three positions. Also, I'm glad to hear, I was hoping that the agenda analysis position would be helping to make sure that all of those departments get their presentations in time so that the people can speak. But now I'm hearing also that we have compliance with municipal code. And in my non-agenda item comments today, I pointed out the fact where the rental department, had is doing inspections every 5 years when the municipal code says that inspections are going to occur every 4 years. So I've also pointed out, in the legislation on numerous occasions where the city of Stockton has been fined for environmental violations. Budgets are more specific than city numbers. And so I have tried to look, and particularly in regard to animal services, because we have such a critical problem right now. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't figure out how much they're spending on this, how much, what is the total cost for that service? It's a disservice.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, I will ask council if you have questions for Mr. Garcia, and I see Vice Mayor Lee.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Garcia and City Manager, for the presentation and all the work that went into getting us here. And I appreciate more than all of that, the transparency and the honesty. We had a really good full day and actually got out early in going over the budget. I want to ask a question with respect to the position for Florence. Did you all, I'm assuming you all talked to her about what she needs help with before creating this job?
Yes, we did.
What's the position title?
We're looking at agenda and legislative services manager. That's very similar to positions that are in other cities like Riverside,
So it's a new
Sacramento.
position.
It'll be a brand new
Oh,
position.
okay.
yes,
And what's the pay rate?
Vice Mayor. It'll probably top out, again, we did a very preliminary comparison to other cities, about $156,000 a year in base pay.
Okay, and so for all of us up here who are supported by one individual who does all the other things, I heard you going off the different job tasks. One thing that we need help with is with the council liaison is to following up on all of our different district issues. So like tracking, making sure that following up with constituents' complaints, because once we pass it off, sometimes I don't even get an update, and it's not because staff don't want to, it's just we need help, right?
Duly noted. I'll take full responsibility for that. And yes, that will be one of the tasks that we will be asking for, to help me and my office with making sure we're responding to you in a timely manner.
Okay, the two positions that were available in OVP that were never filled that we had budgeted last year, what happened with those two positions? Did they just go back into the general fund, or are you moving those somewhere?
They were eliminated, and so the savings is in the general fund. That's correct.
So did we evaluate if OVP needs additional staffing, or are they saying that they're adequate with what they have, or are you just saying based on the grant that we got, they should be okay?
That is correct. Based on the grant that we have, we should be okay.
Okay, the last thing that I have before we get into this, and I still have 4 minutes left, I want to bring again top of mind Optic. I've said I'm going to have my staff compile a video of how many times I've said we are wasting money in Optic, not telling the Stockton story. Every single council member has talked about the importance of needing to have our story told. I saw we have a new podcast suite over at the City Hall, the new City Hall, so I'm assuming a podcast is coming. But when you look at fraud, waste, and abuse, and when you look at that as elected and how we're spending taxpayer resources, I still don't know what the plan is. I don't want to come here and say, at the top of the year, we have a new council, I'm bringing it right back and I'm going to eliminate the funding for that department. But that is where I'm at with it, because at this point, I feel like I have said over and over and over and over and over, we are wasting taxpayer resources. We are wasting taxpayer resources. I still will go back to Councilman Padilla months ago saying, maybe even a year ago, where she said, if by April I don't see something, and it is now June, and I don't know if she saw it, but I didn't. And I just have to say, I run a very lean business that makes significant amount of money and has global impact for almost as much as we're proposing to pay. And I asked you, Gilbert, how much we've spent, and thank you for sending me the email that kind of broke down what we spent so far and what we are. But based on what was presented last time, after this department was created outside of council approving it, what we were told we were going to get versus what we got doesn't line up. So I don't feel right in my own conscience to approve a budget that has a funding for an entire department that is under-delivered. There's this document here. Maybe we can just pause my time, and if you want to explain this to me, it'd be great. And just, I don't know if the public has seen this or not, but we should make sure that the public has access to this document, City Clerk.
So this is a list of accomplishment from Optics that I requested for fiscal year 2025-2026. And so this information that you have in front of you have sort of give you a snapshot of the work that has been accomplished and the future steps that we plan to take to increase the department's workload.
Okay, so do you want to, let's have a real discussion on it, because based on that, I just did quick math. It says they did 156 social media videos, up from the 26th year before. My company publishes 18,250 videos in post annually. And so, again, the disparity, I don't know what the expectation is, because I don't know how the bar has been set. But based on that, what we were told previously is the company would be focused, the department would be focused on enhancing technology and all those things. Do we have anything in here that tells us what technology was enhanced, specific than 156 videos?
Let me see if I can get Tony Manor to come to the podium.
Yeah, please. And then Mayor, I can come back later if other council members want to talk. And as they figure that out, I just want to echo what the mayor and I both talked about coming into office, was we do want to, and I think Councilman Medina said, we do want to tell the Stockton story. We do want to promote Stockton story. But if we're going to pay almost $1 million to do that, I just think we need a very clear, definitive plan that we can track and be accountable to.
Hello, Mayor, Council. Tony Manor, Public Information Officer for the City of Stockton. How can I help you guys today?
Yeah, I mean, you're in the back. You heard my questions, right? What are you all doing? I mean, I don't know how else to ask the question more than what I just said.
So, sorry, give me just a moment. So the city's public information officer provides a variety of services, everything from responding to PRAs in coordination with the city clerk's office, being a member of the Emergency Operation Command, coordinating with County Office of Emergency Services for communications across various channels. We also manage all the digital assets for the city of Stockton. Sorry, I have something stuck in my throat. If you could just excuse me for just a moment.
Sure.
Thank you so much. In addition to that, we have 3 members of the optic team that report to the PIO office. Their work has been the accomplishments that are listed on this document. To go through those, prior to Optic joining the city's social media work was about 26 posts or video posts per year. That has increased to 156. These are individual, unique social media videos of events that are happening around the city. So that is not just an increase in communications, it's an increase in presence. So it's not shooting one video and producing 15 different videos from that one video. These are each individually unique. And there was direction from council and from city manager's office to start to explore some of the cultural enrichment programs that are taking place inside the city. So we started our Stockton Tapestry campaign, which includes going out to, things like the Cambodian Festival, the Sikh Festival, Cinco de Mayo Festival, things of that nature, and covering those events, sharing those videos to give not just the people in Stockton, but people outside of Stockton, a perspective on what it's like to actually be in Stockton. It's not the things that you see on the news, but these are the events showing that there are people that are going out into the community that are enjoying the resources that the city has been able to provide and showing the rich cultural heritage of the city of Stockton and participating in all of these events. This is something the city has not done previously, so this is a new endeavor for the city of Stockton. There was also direction given to expand the use and of awareness of our Ask Stockton platform. So last year we saw an increase of 3% of city response to our Ask Stockton service submitting reports, things of that nature. So the Optic team built a campaign to bring awareness to the public that went from a 3%, 4% increase up to a 14% increase with that. And we see those videos during our council meetings, during breaks, you'll see those also on social media and regularly repeated. Now, the response has been pretty overwhelming. The folks that are engaging with our social media accounts have been engaging with the content, sharing it, commenting on it, and as a result, we've seen not only an increase of posts published, now the 156 social media videos are just the videos that are being posted. As far as total posts, it went from 532 the prior 12 months to 1,746 posts, which is a 228% increase over last year. Our impressions, these are how many people are actually viewing it, went from 600,000 to 3.8 million. So that was a 527% increase in visibility. These are people that live in and around Stockton that are seeing all the amazing things that are happening in Stockton. So our outreach results have been staggering. The engagement, this is when people are sharing, commenting, clicking on a button to then go in and follow up with something, went from 23,287 the prior 12 months to this year 181,345, which is a 679% increase. So they're seeing the content, they're seeing the stuff that's being produced, and then it's causing them to react. Once we facilitate and engage with the public in that way, and we start getting that buy-in from the public, then we can start presenting them with additional things that we want to mobilize the public to do, things like coming out to our 4th of July festival that's going to be happening at Weber Point. It's that critical method of getting not just an overwhelming amount of information out to the public, but in a way that makes them want to engage back with the city. So that's been the strategy up to this point. So one thing that maybe folks aren't aware of is that the Optic team, Public Information Office, we are responsible for acting as sort of the communications team for all city departments, except for the police department. They have their own communications team. But every other department, whether it be Public Works, CSD, the fire department, they all coordinate with the Optic team to create content. And that content could be stuff that the public sees. And sometimes, like today, it could be training videos. So today we had a member of our team went out, there was a training on equipment that had to be filmed. It got prepared, edited, filmed today, and back out to the fire department same day. So there's a lot of stuff that isn't glamorous, but it is a function of the department. It's a function of the city in order to better train, better prepare staff. In addition to that, we had a couple of other small campaigns. We had a lifeguard recruitment video campaign we did for community services, which helped our community services department reach their lifeguard hiring goals ahead of schedule. The Optic teams also created 2 characters based on the Ollie the Otter character for the community services department, as well as Duke the fire dog, that's going to be used to provide child in education programs for safety. Duke, for example, will teach kids how to be safe around fireworks this summer. Ollie the Otter may be, this year we did a part of our egg extravaganza celebration that we had at the park. Ollie hosted that. For the pools, Ollie was animated and was the character that invited kids to come out and learn how to swim. So we've been already engaging the public in that way. The Public Information Office and the PEG engineer are also responsible for everything that comes with broadcasting council meetings to the public. So the board operator that you see in the back, that's broadcasting over UVerse, Comcast, online, that's part of the responsibilities of the Public Information Office. In addition to that, as we move into New City Hall, we have some exciting new things that are happening in that regard as well. So we'll be expanding our reach and our ability to get the message and council meetings out to the public. So there was a question about the technology that the Optic team is working on. There's 5 different projects currently that they're in development on. One of them is a new website for the Economic Development Department. I know that went out a couple of years ago, so if council is interested, we can find that contract to find out what that offset might look like. We are also developing, to meet our ADA digital accessibility requirements, an application to help the clerk's office and the CDD department to convert our PDFs into a ADA accessible documentation. Also helps with searchability and translatable services. So that's something that we're building in-house, and I will tell you, after communicating with many PIOs across the state, no other city is anywhere close to where we are in that regard. So we're way ahead of a lot of the other, even much larger cities. We also have some other smaller projects we're working on, one being an accessible signature generator. That's probably not something that's super exciting, but what it does is it allows city staff to create a signature file for the emails that is ADA accessible. So when they're dealing with the public and they're using screen readers, that those are then readable. So there's things like that where we're just moving closer and closer to that accessibility requirement, federal requirement, ahead of schedule. The city website is also something that we've taken on. So we've already entered back into discussions with our city website provider to encourage them to provide us with some options in order to meet the requests of the council as well, under the direction of the city manager. So that's just kind of a taste of the things that are happening day to day with the Optic team and with the Public Information Office. So with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Yeah, so I still have time. In terms of analytics, and I'm not sure what your report looks like, I'm going to put you on an email, and I'm going to put you on an email with Morella Manila from Meta. Meta is going to get, I'm going to ask her to give you a report that digs deep into our analytics, so the numbers that you talk about show us where that growth comes from. We've had a mass shooting, we had the Wild 'N Out fiasco. People Google Stockton for many different reasons. I need to see, based on what you're reporting, what this is actually related to.
Sure, we have
all the other things that I heard. I still don't understand what any of that means and represents. I don't see the work, and I will just spend the rest of this time before my colleagues who want to chime in and say something. I saw the mayor getting attacked online for, I'll call it Slurpee Gate, because she was promoting a new business. That's not something our mayor should have to go out and promote. I learned what's going on in the city from her social media or from my colleagues' social media, which is great. We all have our social media. But I think, if Councilman Padilla wants to bring Wonderland, the snow skating thing, or whatever that is, a snow thing, why don't we create content building that up and building up to that so there's momentum in our city as it relates to storytelling that get people excited about the things that we're building and bringing, moving into City Hall, those type of things. I'll yield my time, but again, I just don't think this has been adequate enough for me.
Councilwoman Padilla.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, this is the first time that I've heard some of the things that you mentioned, and I kind of questioned why your department is handling it. For example, PRAs, I thought that was handled in the clerk's office. So why does your department even have any part of that?
So according to the charter, the responsibility still lies under the PIO, but in addition to that, there's often requests that come in that require me personally to go and investigate. A good example would be today, there was a PRA that came in a bit ago that wanted all the documentation that revolves around accessibility, policies, procedures, training materials, things of that nature. So that wouldn't be something that the clerk's office would go hunt down. They would contact me, send me the PRA, and then I would do fulfillment on my side. But that's specific to my function. There's also other things that require me to go out and get information from different departments. So I coordinate with the clerk's office all the time. Sometimes there's media inquiries that go through the PRA process, so I get looped in on those. It could be anything, really, but it's still a coordinated and a team effort.
So wouldn't IT pull information like that?
Yeah, IT would, especially with things like emails where they would have direct access into a dump or calendars or things of that nature. But sometimes you'll have documentation where the file name isn't verbose. It's not clear on what the contents may be. So with my responsibilities, these are documents that I deal with all the time, so I know exactly kind of what they're looking for, so I can put those things together. And I'm sure the clerk can give you more background on that as well.
I guess you make me more confused because, you know, all this stuff that you're mentioning just sounds like busy work, just a lot of busy work.
We do stay busy.
And so it's like, if you're doing all that busy work and things that involve other departments, how are you going to be proactive in sharing our story? Even handling our website or EDD website, shouldn't that again be handled in IT?
No. It's always been held under the Public Information Officer's office.
So like I said, again, I'm just lost. And I don't mean to downplay what you do. Like I said, all this stuff that you're telling me is like busy work. And how can you be productive when you're working, just pulling documents for all these departments? And so I can see like why there's only these, I consider few, under working across every department, because I think that you should be, and this is just my perception, mainly focused on telling all of our stories. You know, again, I still haven't seen the veterans video. Veterans Day passed. It's gone and over with. Your photographer was out there with Brando and I, and Veterans Day is gone, over with. We're done. You know, I think those things need to be shared and mattered. But again, I guess now I understand why you can't share our story, because you're doing all this paperwork. And so I don't know if the position needs to be reevaluated and jobs need to be focused somewhere else. But again, I've been echoing what Vice Mayor has said all this time, and it has been over a year and a half. And I will see City of Stockton things, and again, I don't mean to be rude, but they don't thrill me. They don't make me look at them long enough. I'm just being honest here. You know, sometimes Mario's are more interactive than I mean, you know, characters, colors. You gotta attract the person, and I just don't see that happening. So that's all I have to say.
Councilman Enriquez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you know, just a couple of things. I know this is something that I mentioned at our budget session meeting. So I know, you know, I see your staff at all the events, and I appreciate them. And I know when I see them, I always say hello and say thank you for being here. And, you know, I don't ask them the specifics of what the task is, because obviously I'm not their boss, but I know they're there working, or they're there to capture content, right? I just don't know the steps afterwards, right? I don't need to get into that. But to my colleague's point, right, I think one of the things is that whether it's the beginning of the year or now the beginning of the fiscal year, is having a laid out plan of what is your plan for the year. So let's say you compared last year to this year with post publish, engagements, engagement rate, the Ask Stockton. You know, one of the things I was also thinking about was even the Ask Stockton. You know, I use it very heavily, but I guess my question was, from a branding perspective, what's the AI cat? Like, it's cute, I get it, but the AI cat's like in all the Ask Stockton, like, how do you report a fallen branch? Like, I like it, but I don't get the story, or I don't get the point of it. Yeah. But also, the Ask Stockton, it doesn't have like a visual. It should have like a visual of what the app actually looks like. How to download. You do a video like, hey, I'm gonna download the Ask Stockton app. This is what I do next. Versus an AI cat. So, I mean, just having more specifics of like those actual like step by step would actually, I think it would actually increase your Ask Stockton percentage, the one that you have here in the blue box. But more specifics of how to, versus a cat going by a dumpster, a trash bag, saying how do you report illegal dumping. Even like on Instagram, when you're scrolling, you know, there's a new size now. So some of them aren't the proper size. So sometimes the City of Stockton logo is cut halfway through. The community office hours that some of us do aren't the appropriate size. If you do a video, select the appropriate cover page. That way you don't just upload a video and then things might be cut off. And it's like that throughout as you go down the feed on Instagram in particular. But I mean, I know the content's there, but it's also looking at the final details also really matter at the end of the day, because if you're scrolling, you see things aren't consistent. But it goes back to what's the brand, what's the story you want to tell for the city as we start the year, right? And I think that's something, even, I didn't realize you all had a newsletter. I mean, that's great. I mean, I didn't know. I mean, that's great to know that, but I didn't know that until this document. So I appreciate that you're finding ways to engage folks, the staff, different departments about what you all are doing, events, things like that. So I appreciate that. But also, you know, with the consistency too, right, is how we had that pride flag fiasco where, you know, I was told by staff that, oh, we don't post flag raising announcements, but then I took a snapshot and I said, yes, you did. On June 5th, 2025, City of Stockton made an announcement of the military branch birthday flag. So not to say that I was lied to, but when I'm told we don't promote flag raisings, but yet on the City of Stockton Instagram on June 5th, 2025, we did promote it with a graphic that I created, it then goes back to say, I'm not here to get anyone in trouble. I just want to make sure we're consistent and we're on brand. So if we're going to do it on June 5th for the Pride, for the military, then once we know that the next flag is, which is Pride, we should be ready to go with a brand and an announcement and specifics, not me having to go back and forth. You know, as you all saw, I updated the 2026 military flag raisings because, again, I just want to make sure that we all look good and that we're just consistent throughout. And I think at the end of the day, it just makes us look better, and we know who's doing what, we know when it's being posted, we know when it's on our calendars, we have the templates of whatever brand you're creating, and I think once we all know, it's gonna help us in the long run.
Councilman Villapudua.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Tony, just simple few questions. What is your day-by-day operations do? I know we just had the Sousa grand opening. It was fantastic. Not sure, I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys got film of that. I know this weekend I was at Unifest, which is outside MLK Park, and we were talking about all the mothers that lost all their kids through violence. I didn't know that your team was there. So my question is, from that day, because this weekend, how long does it take for that to get up and letting people know what was going on that day? I think that's a lot of the questions my colleagues wants to know. How long does that take? I mean, whose role is that? I mean, I don't know everyone's roles or what they do.
Sure.
And I think it's just a simple questions like that, if you can.
So it depends on the event, and it depends on what's in the production pipeline. So we'll have things that there's really sort of a drop-dead timeline on. For example, we might have the State of the City video that we were working on. So we'll have some events that get pushed, or training videos that we're scheduled to film and edit get pushed until after that event to make sure that everything's dialed in and ready for that show. For that particular event, that was shot on the weekend. So city staff might be there, but they're not necessarily scheduled to work weekends. So if they're coming back in on a Monday, we can't expect them to work 7 days straight. Sometimes they're not coming in on a Monday, or they'll take a Wednesday off in order to offset those sort of things. But I think that kind of gets into the weeds a little bit. But what I wanted to illustrate is we have a finite amount of time that we have to navigate through, and then we have to prioritize on top of that. So with that particular video, I believe that's due to release tomorrow. And one of the things that we have to take into consideration, which is really tricky, is FPPC has certain laws that we have to abide by. And one of those being, especially during an election year. So any video that comes out that has a council member in it that might be in an election year, we have to make sure that they're not highlighted. So if there's 3 or 4 people, 3 or 4 council members at an event, each one has to have as close as we can get to the same amount of coverage in a video, so it doesn't look like the city is providing any sort of resources to that particular candidate. That's a law. If we get in trouble, it's significant fines if we break that law. We can't really use city resources to sort of advertise for a candidate. So it's a weird line that we have to sort of dance, because we want the public to know about these amazing things that are taking place. We want to make sure that all the council members and dignitaries who are present get the exposure for being there and participating, interacting with the public, but we have to do it in a responsible way so that we're not violating the law. So that's where I sort of come in. So when the videos are being produced, then they get kicked back to me, and it's like, hey, we have to adjust this, we have to do that. Let's add this in. Maybe there's some content in there that doesn't best represent what was happening at the event. So there's an editorial process that takes place.
Now, is it your role as well for information to get out before? So, for like example, on Saturday, like a lot of people didn't know what it was until I had to make like a live video. So, is there things that you could let people know previously, a couple of days ahead, a week ahead, that we're going to have this event? So the community can engage.
Absolutely. And when the departments that are responsible for throwing those events let us know, sometimes they let us know the day before. So we're running out to that to cover it, to then do a post after the fact. As they're letting us know, we do add it to the calendar, and we do try to get out to those events. We're working on, and that was the purpose of the newsletter that was mentioned in here, was at the bottom of that is also for internal staff to let us know when things are happening so that we can get them on the schedule, so that we can start promoting that after the last council meeting when that was brought up. So we are working. We also made a small change inside of the Optic team to where we are starting to post photographs from the event at the day of the event, and then posting a video after the event. So we're listening to what council wants, and through the city manager, we're trying to meet that.
All right, thank you, bud.
Okay, before we go to public comment, if Florence can start making her way out, but I do have budget questions because this is the budget item. So if I go to the general fund balance, I don't have a question for you.
Oh, okay.
No.
Thank
you. If I go to the general fund balance page, so we have revenues for the general fund, $344,477,047. Then we go to expenditures, and we're at $47. That's what we're supposed to have. We need to be balanced. And the last conversation we had was about being structurally balanced. Because if you go look on the overall budget, that's $1,050,000,000, we're a little off.
Right. So that one, again, would be the use of fund balance for capital projects primarily.
Right. Well, I just want people to understand that, because I just was at the U.S. Mayors Conference of Mayors, and mayors were talking about their deficit. I said, well, we're structurally balanced, and they're like, what? And I was just saying, no, our capital improvement projects, we're not going to be able to fund all of those, but we'll still be able to provide the same services. There aren't any layoffs. There's nothing of the sort. And so I just wanted to make sure that, Florence, you got to come up to the podium. The other thing I noticed is, making sure that we have the funds, because we are in negotiations, and those are ongoing funds, that we have the revenue to sustain those negotiations, whatever we decide on that, whatever the bargaining units and us come to an agreement on. And so that is available within the budget. It's built in, some of it.
That is available within the budget, correct?
Okay. Florence, so the agenda. Let's move to the person to help you with the agenda. It used to be somebody else that did the agenda, and then it just kind of fell in your lap, correct?
Well, the agenda process is actually all the departments do their own agenda, and where I come in, or the person that was doing that would do the final review to make sure all the pieces are there before we publish.
Okay, and sometimes you are, and I hate to use this word, you're continually contacting individuals to say, where's your item, where's your item, where's your item? Has that happened?
Yes.
So when there are things that are missing, because we had Mary Elizabeth say, hey, but where's this PowerPoint presentation, or where this information is, sometimes it never gets to you to then put and have posted, correct?
Yes and no, yes.
Correct.
Well, I'm not trying to throw anybody under
No,
the bus.
and that's correct. Go ahead.
So, my thing is having this person is a position we used to have, but somehow became your job to do.
Yes.
Okay. And then the other question I want to get to is the PIO. So the PIO position through the city manager's office was actually on the ballot for approval from the voters. Yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Because the mayor's office had a position, but there was a community relations officer, and that was held by somebody where Tony's office is now. And I bring that up because they had, two people that worked in there. But would you say that I'm trying to think if that person ever showed up to any one of my events. I'm talking about Connie. Did she show up to any council members' events?
It depends on, well, she's at the community kind of town halls, those type of events.
So the Christmas tree lighting?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
things that were like citywide. But I know if I did something, she wouldn't, unless it was, let's say, a public works, like the Exo-Loo.
She's there at the ribbon cutting,
Yeah,
yes.
for that. But community events, I'm trying to think if I ever saw her, and I don't know if Councilmember Blau, Padilla, or Villapudua can say in their experience with that. And I just bring that up because there's this narrative. Yes, it was on us. It was on us as council members to go out and sell, which is why I did my council members digest and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I did all my own videos, my own social media posts, and I knew that kind of fell on me because nobody from the city, I couldn't ask the city manager to have somebody do that for me.
She was at the city-sponsored events that are operated by the city.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then, there's this last year's budget. And Gilbert, Mr. Garcia, you can confirm this. What was the budget for for Optic last year?
Well, we estimate.
No. What
Right.
was it? It was $325 according to the budget book.
Okay.
$325 was what they were allotted. This year it's going to be $30,325. And so
For the materials and supplies?
yes, that I consider that budget.
Yes.
What's the budget? So I realize that. Oh, and then one more question, because I'm running out of time. So, City Attorney, I have a question for you. Can you Section 408 of the city charter, is the PIO in the city manager's office, is that council's employee or is that city manager's employee?
It is the city manager's PIO.
So what's section 408 in the charter?
The provision that administers the control that the city manager has over his employees, is that the one that you're referencing? Yes, the city manager controls the employees under his purview.
So we can express maybe our displeasure about an employee, but ultimately it's the responsibility of the city manager as to the day-to-day operations of the employees that are under them.
Correct. Council can express their views to all their appointees on how things are ran, but you are correct that it is the appointees' responsibility concerning their employees.
Okay. So I'm looking forward to seeing the newsletter. I'm looking forward to seeing more things go out, but I just want people to understand that this position is not for us individually. It is for the city of Stockton. And with that, we'll go to public comment.
Yolanda Amen.
Good afternoon. I had to come up here. I'm out here in the public. I'm on social media. And I learn what's going on in Stockton from Vice Mayor Lee's page, from Mario's page. I learn a lot of stuff that you're putting out there, upcoming events. I don't know what they're doing back there, but I don't see it. I do not see it. I've gone to many events here in the public that all of you are at, and I don't see anything on social media about it. If I'm doing something with my nonprofit and I have a major thing coming up, I am on there constantly, weekly, putting things about that, things coming up. This is what we're going to be doing, deadline dates. This is what's happening. The things that I see on their posts and the things that I see that you post, I don't see anything. And that city website is very, very hard to navigate. I have to constantly tell people how to get on there to watch the public meetings. It needs to revamp totally. I don't know if maybe a suggestion is you get some UOP students down here, get some young people up there, their life is social media, and I can guarantee you they will turn this around. I don't know what you're about to pay these people, but I'm telling you right now, it is failing because I don't see anything out there. And the things that I have just attended with you, Memorial, Veterans, all this stuff, I haven't seen a thing about it at all. And I am looking for it. But if it was not for some of you and some of your social media posts up here on the dais, I wouldn't even know the events that are coming up unless you put the flyers out there, unless I go look for it myself. So whatever you have going, all of this wah, 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 Charlie Brown, he just said up here, I'm sorry. It's just talking, and I don't see what they're doing. I don't see it. And I don't think they should be getting any more money so that I don't continue to see what we're doing in our city.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Did you have a question?
My light's blinking. I've been waiting.
I know, but is it a question?
We're talking about approving $1 billion budget.
No, but I'll close the public hearing then, if
Sure,
it's not a
sure,
question. Okay. So, any questions for Mr. Garcia or the city manager?
Oh, wait, actually, I do have one question for him, and then I have I have comments. The mayor just asked you how much we paid for Optic. You sent me an email, and members of the media can request this through PRA. Earlier last week, where I asked you specifically how much we paid, and you said, well, let me tell you what you said. You said, Vice Mayor Lee, the fiscal year-to-date Optic expenses are $833,238, currently projecting an additional $67,079 through 6/30/26 for a total of $900,317. And then you said the total proposed spend for Optic staff and operations for this budget year is $1,038,027. Of that total, $817,606 would be for general fund, and $220,421 will come from other funds. Do you remember that email on June 4th?
I do.
And do you still stand behind that?
I do.
Okay, thanks. All right, that's all the questions I have for him, but I do have comments.
So I have a question then. So K-25 in the book tells a different story. And I was talking about, what their budget was, their office budget, which you alluded to. I said it was 325 and now it's 30,325. But it says 702,102 for projected, and the budget is 817,606 on K-25. So.
And that's the general fund piece. But
Yes. Okay, with that, close the public hearing. And now, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I'm not really sure where you were going with the comments that you made earlier, and it seems as if you're defending the decision that you made when this was a council issue and a prior city manager introduction of this Optic team. It was Councilwoman Padilla early on in our entry into the city as a new council that said, let's move PRA down to city clerk's office. She took the lead on that. I didn't agree with it at the time, but she was smarter than me on that, and we did that. So that task was taken down. That's a very burdensome task that the city clerk's office has been managing very efficiently. Councilman Villaputa brought up an event. I don't know where the mayor was going with that, but his pool event doesn't come off to me as a campaign event. He's a sitting council member. He's an elected council member. He had an event in his community. It was a community event, and it should have been covered. Mario Enriquez, our council member, just gave a lot of grace, but I'm going to say this as an openly gay vice mayor of the city. I should not have to call the city manager after hours and go on and on with him and on with my colleague on my personal time about why we are refusing to call the Pride Flag Race a city event, refusing to give city resources so he can do a press conference to promote visibility for that community. We just sat here and gave a proclamation, but behind this curtain, there was a whole bunch of circus acts going on getting that up, and I want to thank the city manager for actually fixing that. That's not something that we should have had to spend that much time and resource on. Again, $1 million towards a department that all the council members up here have pretty much said, we don't believe we're getting the bang for our buck. And our fire department has had to figure out with the money that they have how to create their own engaging content to tell their story. And they're doing a phenomenal job, but should not have to do it on their own. I think everything that's needed to be said has been said. I gave the mayor some grace about the Slurpee video, but I'm gonna go there. I don't need help from anybody creating content. I can make a viral video right now, tomorrow, in my sleep I can go viral. I don't need any help, and I've never asked you all to film anything for me because I don't need you for that. But I have more resources than my colleagues do, and they should all be able, as sitting council members and the mayor, to be able to have city resources to create the Stockton story. For the mayor, I would have created content with her writing her speech for the city State of the City. I would have had some engaging content with each council member engaging members of the public. I would have highlighted our community partners. I would have had, maybe through the lenses, I would have given meta glasses to our fire chief to go through, and I would, through the lenses of our city, Stockton is ready. I would have had engaging content. This shell game of we're going to do this, we're going to do that needs to stop. But the other thing that needs to stop is we need to take responsibility as a council of what we did, and we trusted the interim city manager to put forth the budget that we trusted, and it lacked transparency. Couple things that happened that, you know, we say the voters aren't smart and they forget things. Well, let me remind you, we waived the minimum requirements for the job. We hired everybody at the top scale of the positions. We did not post those jobs for competitive review, and we don't even know what the plan is. What I heard is we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. I heard that over a year ago. The other thing is I don't know that the council approved creating an economic development website. I know that I've heard our websites needs to be worked on, and that is something that happened in the PIO's office, but none of us said let's create a whole new website. So if there was a whole conversation outside of council where one or two people got in a little room with a dim light and said let's create a whole new website, and who's gonna pay for that? Because we didn't approve it and it didn't come before us, so turn the lights on and roaches will scatter. We ain't doing that. Those backroom decisions and deals, we didn't approve it. If you want to do it, bring it to council, present it to us, get it budget approval. The other thing is, I know me and my colleagues disagree on a lot of things, but I've listened to every council member down from the end, and I ain't hear from Ponce, but I know where she's at. We don't believe we're getting what we're paying for. And so I know nobody wants to be the bad guy and say, oh, whatever, but I would say for me to approve this budget, it would require the city manager, and I think the mayor just highlighted Section 408. Thank you, city attorney, for reading us the law. That gives the city manager all the authority to go back and, in his sole discretion, without any council influence, to make the best decision to come back. Because at this point, what the mayor just read via confirmation from the city attorney is now it's on you. That's what I heard. So I'm okay with passing the responsibility to a very effective manager, but what you're hearing from this council is that we don't believe that we've gotten what we were told, and Councilwoman Padilla is the one that actually gave a little bit more grace than me the last time to say if by April, it's by June, and we still have nothing. Oh, say one more thing, got 16 more seconds. We also said as part of the budget approval process, the enhancement of the Ask Stockton app. Is that in here?
Yes, working with IT, it definitely is in there.
Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Padilla.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, me being confused, when we went to the voters with regards to adding additional PIO, one for the mayor and one for the city manager's office, I don't think there was clarification as to the job description. I understand what the previous PIO, when she retired, what her job description was. And she had no involvement with regards to taking videos, telling our story. That wasn't her job. But then when we got sold on Optic, that was a completely different position, new thing that involved telling our story. And now here today, it seems like it's encompassing both that old PIO position and additional video content. And like I said, I don't think the two marry each other or work, because there's a lot of tedious paperwork that prevents all this telling story and getting videos out on time and really getting the content out. So I don't know if the title needs to be changed or the description needs to be changed or what. But again, I haven't been satisfied since a year and a half with the content. Now, if that PIO position is different and is just doing, posting when our office hours are, because I see on Nextdoor, office hours or important information, just posting, but it's just city-related stuff, no videos, just dates and times and where locations are, then that's completely different. So again, I'm not satisfied with what is being received by the department.
Okay, well, I appreciate everyone's comments. I know the budget is vast. It is thick. I literally went through every single page of the budget. We are required of anything that's $100,000 or more an individual that comes before us. There's a lot of nuances that I believe that the city manager does that does not come before us, does not require our approval. And I would say the website, this website that we got was when I was a council member, and I said right away that I did not care for it, that it was very difficult to navigate, and I'm sure Catherine remembers me saying it. I said it quite often because I'd have to give everybody step-by-step, circling, click here, click here. So I agree that the website that we inherited from the previous administration needs some work. And then, what did we see in the previous administration? Because we have public transparency, information, and communication. That is what the title is. But going back to the budget, I appreciate all the work that went into the budget. I am happy that we're balanced in the way we need to be balanced. I can't wait to get the update for the 25-26 budget. When that closes out, we should be getting an update here for second quarter.
I'll probably skip straight to third quarter.
Oh, three. Okay, great. Because if we got done with the fourth quarter by December, I'm going to throw you a big party. I'm going to pay for it. Okay, just so we all know. Because we haven't had it done by December in quite some time. We actually used to have it done in November because that's when we had money to play with, so to speak, if you go back, when we had Kim Possible. Kimberly Trammell, but we called her Kim Possible. But otherwise, I would say overall, this budget, it is thorough. It is meeting the needs of our city. Do we have more? Obviously, we have $1.4 billion for capital improvement, things from deferred maintenance that we need to get done, and hopefully we'll be able to take advantage of some different programs and grants out there, and being creative to get that done. So I will bring this back to council then, because I already closed the public hearing. I did ask you a question, but it's now time for council to decide.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget with a caveat based on all of my colleagues' positions with respect to Optic, that within 30 days you come back with a plan, and it's whatever you think it is that's going to answer all of the requests that you've heard from council in terms of proper staffing, proper focus, proper plan, not a I'm gonna. It literally needs to be whatever you decide based on your charter authority to reconfigure, reimagine, or go in a whole different direction. But what we were sold on, and if you want to take meetings with each of us to understand what we were sold on, and I think Councilwoman Padilla can speak for me because she just did, what we were sold on, what we're going to be sold on needs to be something that is executed. So that, I think you guys have done a great job on the budget. As the mayor said, I would make a motion to approve it with that caveat that within 30 days, we know exactly what it is that we've approved here and that it's going to deliver on that promise.
Okay. Councilwoman Padilla?
I was just going to ask City Attorney, how would we...
Oh, I have to declare the public hearing open.
How would we approve the budget with exception of, because that falls under City Attorney's office. So how would we, City Manager, sorry.
I think you prove it today. Is that what your question is? And then you've given him direction to come back to you all in 30 days. I don't know if that's sufficient time.
So Councilman Padilla, we're giving him the authority to have the budget, so he has the money to deliver what we're saying as a council we want, because we still want that. But then now he has to come back to us and tell us, because he wasn't here when it first got, he's gonna come back and say, this is what it is and this is how you'll get what.
So today you approve with the direction that in 30 days, and then you'll have the opportunity to meet with each and every one of you for direction. Does that make sense?
Second the motion.
But the budget has to be, close the public hearing. You seconded.
Second.
The budget has to be approved by June 30th, though.
But that's what he's doing, I think.
So what I'm saying is, I'm making a motion to approve it.
Uh-huh.
He has the money in the department or the division to do what we're all saying we want. We're, based on your point, gonna make sure he has the clear authority without any of us influencing that to go back and within 30 days tell us, this is what I'm gonna do with that money. And at that point, we can always give direction and say, oh, well, later, or we want to do this or want to do that, right? We can give direction, but at least he'll have the authority to have the resources to.
And I agree, there should be a communication plan. I mean, every department should have, the overseeing department, and then the offices under that should have a clear work line. And especially if you're, public transparency, information and communication, there should be a communication plan in there. So I agree with that. And so there's a motion and a second.
I'm sorry, through the chair, I'd like to add that you need to make sure you amend the budget to include the position for Florence.
Okay.
Yes.
So Vice Mayor, do you include the position for Florence?
Yes.
And Councilman Blower, you said, okay. So we approve
Can
it
we-
with the position.
Okay, with the position?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the motion, to approve it with the additional position, to do the agenda, and take some things that need to get done by somebody else.
And if I can just be very clear on the motion, because I want to be very clear. I'm making a motion to approve the budget with the caveat that within 30 days, that money that we're funding for the optic division be assessed in how it is being executed with a plan communicated no later than 30 days. And then at that time, the council can decide, yes, that's going to work or not, but that includes you having full control to decide how we move forward. Thank you.
And we have a meeting on July 7th, so today's the 9th. That should make it happen.
We will have it then.
So we have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Moving on to item 9.3. It is 5:24. Do we need to wait 6 minutes, or is there one we can go to?
Take a break.
We'll take a break? Okay, we'll take, come back at 5:25. I mean, excuse me, 5:35, 5:35, 5:35. 5:35, 55, 55, 5:35.
Ready for a ride? Let's go. Can you feel the darkness? It pulls me deeper. No escape now.
Running through the night, breaking through the sun. A battle brother spirit, let the darkness run. I walk into the silence, all the world's below. Another dawn is raiding, another shadows go. Justifier, I am breathing. What the world? The wheels to bleeding. Battle the pain, battle the rain. I fight the guilt, I'm not the same.
This city won't fall today. I have to keep moving. Yeah! Ah!
Through the chaos, a whisper in my ear. What the distant system is what I fear. Every note is madness, every breath a shield. I've never been addicted, I've never fought to field. Justifier, I am breathing. I want the world, the will's to bleeding. Battle the pain, battle the rain. I fight the guilt, I'm not the same.
The time has come. We must rise and seize our destiny. With courage, we will prevail. Follow me to victory.
Ninth of June, we will continue our meeting with item number 9.3, Proposition 218, public hearing to consider storm water rate adjustments. I now call the public hearing to order.
Really quick, there won't be a presentation on this tonight. The presentation did occur at a previous meeting. We will be accepting public comment and any ballots that need to be submitted during the public hearing time frame. And once the close of the public hearing is done, then I'll go ahead and make an additional announcement.
So let's go ahead and have public comment.
Lawrence Test, followed by Mary Elizabeth.
Press the button so you can hear me. I always get accused of talking loud. My name's Lawrence Test. I am a civil engineer and a landscape architect. I've been providing services to public agencies for the last 50 years, both civil and rate structure kind of projects. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for your service here. It's not a very glamorous job, and I'm sure it's really challenging all the time because nothing ever goes easy, that's for sure. When I first received the stormwater rate flyer that was sent out, I was kind of taken back because I looked at it and said, man, this is a real big increase, and I couldn't figure out why. Being an engineer, being curious, I downloaded the study of the rate study, and I downloaded the master plan that came up with rates that were suggested to be set. In May, I sent Mayor a letter along with the city manager and one of the councilmen, a letter. Unfortunately, I'm sorry it was so long, but it detailed all my concerns and my questions of why the race needed to be what it needed to be and how did we get to the place that we are today. Then I learned that, and I have to say this, and I'm going to laugh a little bit, the city has not increased these rates for 34 years. And I sort of feel like, well, that's maybe a failure of not this council, but the council 34 years ago or 32 or 31 years ago. Had this issue been addressed, I think at that time maybe we wouldn't be in this situation where it seemed like we're making a huge rate increase.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's a 2-minute. I should have told you there's a 2-minute time limit on that.
May I finish it, just so you know?
I'd have to let everybody finish it.
Okay, well then, may I make one more?
If you have a written comment, you can write something down, give it to them, and they'll give it to us.
It's definitely written.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mary Elizabeth, followed by Steve Martinez.
Mary Elizabeth, so for over a year I've been talking about that master plan and my concerns regarding the precipitation values that were used for sizing. Also, my concerns in regard to the stormwater infrastructure versus stormwater projects. And the number one project that the city identified in the stormwater master plan was over there in Boggs Track. And there was some discussion about, and look at me, you know, some discussion about talking with the county about partially paying for that when, you know, like I've been working with the port, and the port, you know, just submitted, right, their annual report and said that, you know, they'd taken care of, you know, so many things because of property that they own there. And so, you know, why are we spending $17 million there when we have so many flooded streets? You know, that's one thing. You know, and then the second thing is I want to let you all know about that Ask Stockton. And, you know, I have been asking for, you know, a special category of Ask Stockton for tobacco complaints, smoke shop complaints, alcohol complaints, you know, and it was like, it's impossible, right? When those are special uses that have special requirements, that the community covenant was made that they're not going to be a nuisance. And, you know, so, but there was one for the stormwater plan. So I sent a little comment. I said, oh, it's good to know that the city can, you know, make new Ask Stockton categories for people to use. And, you know, they closed out the account, you know, closed it out, and right, that was it. But I wanted to let you know about that. And the climate action plan calls for an update because climate action wasn't considered.
Steve Martinez, followed by Yolanda Amon.
Hi, good evening. My name is Steve Martinez, and I did what the last speaker said. I do just have questions for the next 2 minutes. One, who authorized the usage of the stormwater services and what department it is? Two, where are most vulnerable places that we have here in Stockton listed in this program? Three, why it took so long to come up with this increase and not like gradually from the last 34 years. 4, who put the budget together and how long it took before they came up and created this imaginary number. 5, what does the city contribute to, and where does it come from? Number 6, I've got who is the who's considered industrial, and why are they paying only the same as I'm paying, right? I mean, what shouldn't they just be paying more? I mean, I appreciate the utility rates, you know, going up, and the need for it. But as a concerned citizen, I plan to live here for the last 20 years to 25 years of my life. I'm 63. I plan to either die. I'm retired already, but I also look at my budget now, and that budget of $825, and that's only till 2031. What's going to happen afterwards, as far as like the next 10 years and the next 10 years and so forth, with people that are moving in? How is that encouraging people to move into Stockton when they got to look at a budget of just for the water that it's going to cost them over $10 a month just for the storm drain? Somebody could have put this program together as far as like increasing it gradually without having to be digging into somebody's pocket deeper than it should have been. That's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you. And thank you for all your services. Appreciate that.
Yolanda Amen.
Hi. I had an opportunity a couple of weeks ago to bring them out to talk to Western Ranch community. I wanted the community to be informed on what this was really about before making that vote and casting their vote. And there was an actual vote prior to this. Don't quote me on this. It was 2015 or something, but it was turned down by the city. They said no. If we do not pass this, then we will be in severe trouble next year and beyond, because there won't be any money. You'll be calling for services. No one's going to come out to help you because they may have to cut the department, or they will not be able to have the resources to come out and help us in our community. I realize the times that we live in are really hard, but for me, I know that it's going to cost me a lot more money if something does happen, as opposed to me paying the $2 and then going up to the $8.10, I believe, at the end of the 5-year period. If you look at the bigger picture, it is actually going to be cheaper for us. If we do nothing, then we're all going to be back here in about a year or 2 years complaining about why it cost me $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000 to come and fix this thing that happened on my property or it happened down the street. So I know that it's hard. I know that there wasn't a lot of information in those pamphlets that came out, but at the end of the day, too, it's also my responsibility to learn what it's about for me and my house and my community, which is what I did. So I'm hoping that this does go through. I do believe in this program, and I think it's going to be better for the city. But at the end of the day, it's going to be better for every Stockton resident, that they'll be able to have the resources and for people to come out and help us should there be a flood, for us that live in the flood area, which I do. If those levees or something should happen, I want to make sure someone's going to be able to come out and help us. So thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay. So, so a call for all ballots to be submitted. Have they been submitted?
If there are any further ballots in the room, I just need to receive them now before we close the public hearing. Bring it on over.
Thank you. I now close the public hearing, and City Clerk, what is the date, time, and location with which you will be opening and counting the ballots.
Ballots will be opened and counted starting on June 10th, 2026 at 9 a.m. in the city clerk's office at 501 West Weber, Building 1, first floor.
Okay, so the new City Hall.
Correct.
And you said starting at what time, 9 a.m.?
9 a.m.
On the 10th. Okay. And then this will come back to us at our June 23rd meeting with the count.
Correct.
And whether it passes or not.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Let's move on to 9.4. That is adopt the budget for the fiscal year 26-27 Central Stockton Lighting Maintenance Assessment District in District 4. So I declare the public hearing open and staff will present. Is that you? Oh, Mr. Schneider? How's Colin? No, just joking.
Mayor, council members, Paul Schneider with Siegfried, civil engineer for the assessment districts. I will try to keep this brief because I think you have 4 or 5 of them. So the one that we're hearing at the moment is the lighting district, which is specifically associated with Caldwell Park. It was actually passed a good maybe 10 years ago now in the same fashion as the stormwater rates with the Prop 218 vote. This particular one is really to fund the special benefit, which are those green fluted sort of acorn top. They're similar to the ones that are here in downtown. It's the character of it. It's to replace them when they're knocked down, to paint them, to maintain the wiring. So it's very specific. It's assessed based on linear footage of your frontage on the roadway. Each year, you review the engineer's report in the prior meeting. You basically review the maximum allowable assessment and the annual budget, and it provides for the operations of everything that I just described. I always make sure we include this. This is in this case, there's always the maximum allowable assessment that we track, and there's the actual assessment. So each year the budget is the actual assessment, and we increase the maximum according to the consumer price index annually so that we keep track of that. This is the area of that particular one for the Central Stockton Lighting Maintenance District. Again, mostly around Caldwell Park off of the Miracle Mile. This year, the maximum assessment went up by the CPI, which was 3%, and we're down to about 69 cents per linear foot of frontage. The actual increase in the assessment is 3%, or the maximum, I'm sorry, is the 69 cents, and we're actually at about half of that, at about almost 36 cents. And the average for a 50-foot lot is about $18, so this isn't a very large assessment. This is the summation of the numbers for this. There were several other districts. That's why it was actually zone number 4. Those other districts did not pass. So the recommended action is that you overrule all the public hearing protests and approve the budget, the maximum allowable assessment, as well as the actual assessment, and then levy the assessment.
Councilman Enriquez.
Yes, thank you. First, I want to say thank you for this presentation. And I can't believe it's already been a year. I feel like we were just here the other day talking about this. Yep. But I know this is pretty standard for the residents that live there in my district, so I know it's pretty common practice. And I'm also in that vicinity, so I also appreciate the lights that we have uniquely positioned there in our area. But in terms of just for next year, obviously, leading up to this meeting, I didn't get any negative comments from my constituents regarding this. Again, it's pretty standard. But for next year, will there be any opportunity to do you all do any promotion or getting the word out leading up to this meeting, or no?
So the annual process, may I answer? So the process for this is when you review the preliminary reports, really what happens in April, that is one of the largest times for someone from the public to come to that council meeting and ask questions about it, because that's a point at which we could actually influence the budget. And if there's something like they're saying, listen, it's not being painted, they're not being maintained, some of them are dim, the wiring's failing, that's a point where we could try to take action and then work that into the budget. As you can see, instead of roughly 76 cents or 77 cents, we're at half that right now on the assessment. That's because we're not seeing as many knockdowns and the maintenance isn't as as difficult or onerous as we would have thought it was originally, and in a lot of cases the rate, the PG&E, and the fact that we've upgraded a lot of the lights in other areas, we have lower rates. So anyway, I think at that point that would be when you'd want to get folks involved. So we could try to see if we want to reach out to the folks that are in the district prior to April would be most advisable.
And I'm glad you brought up PG&E. How often is PG&E, do they work on any of these lights, or they just work on the surrounding?
These are all City of Stockton owned and maintained. The only thing PG&E is involved is they have a standard fixed rate per fixture, depending on the type of light that's in there. So there are things, and maybe where I was going down a bit of a rabbit hole is if there are LED conversions for these lights, that would then lower the rates for PG&E. So those are things that could be discussed prior to budgeting for the next fiscal year.
Yeah, definitely. No, thank you. And the reason why I bring it up is because I know the vicinity map is really helpful, so that way the public can see visually. Because I know over the last year, and city manager knows there'll be times where I'll get comments, messages, emails saying, PG&E's here and they're doing all this work. Why didn't you tell us? And then we find out that it wasn't city-led. So it's always hard to balance that, especially in that area where there's a lot of active constituents. So I appreciate it.
You bet.
Okay, I don't see any questions from anyone else. Are there any public comments?
We have none.
Okay, so I declare the public hearing closed, and I will bring it back to council for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 9.5, adopt the budget for the fiscal year 2026-27 Stockton Consolidated Landscape Maintenance Assessment District number 96-2 for districts 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. I declare the public hearing open.
Mayor, council, again. Same story. This one is for the consolidated landscape districts. There's 27 zones within this district. So this is very much citywide across all of your districts in one way or another. So again, it covers 5,500 trees, 68 plus acres of open space, miles of trails, including Weston Ranch has a lot of them, Spanos and the different developments. So you can imagine, and we'll get into the vicinity map. Council member, as you mentioned, it's very helpful. But overall, this particular series of zones has a budget of almost $8 million. So this is a very vital piece to the city to keep these going. Again, each year you review the report, you adopt the budget, and then you get to this point a little bit later on after the publication period. So I probably won't repeat this slide 5 times on you if that's okay. Happy to answer questions when we circle back. In this particular one, there are several zones that do not have a cost of living increase. So there are some that do not get to increase over time. So they become increasingly more and more difficult to maintain on really what is a fixed budget. It doesn't go up with inflation. It doesn't change at all. So the city, we work with the city, and the city folks do a very good job of working in the maintenance that needs to be done while trying to still maintain the special benefit. These zones, as I indicated, they really do cover quite a bit of the city. And what's happening, just as a side note, is not only do some of them expand the number of homes that are in there, so as you go out towards a little bit north of Murata and Holman, you see a lot of development out there towards 8 Mile Road. That is expanding some of these zones and expanding the assessment. So you'll see over time that the total assessment's going to increase because more parks get added, more street landscape gets added. And there are potentially some new zones that are coming in. We have several subdivisions that are on the north end of town that will create new zones within this. So you'll see that at some point we'll go from 27 to 28 to 29. So don't get married to the 27 number. It's been that way for quite a long time. Oops, my apologies. So again, I won't go through each individually one of these numbers, but basically we are giving you an average. Probably the most important thing to point out is really kind of what the average assessment is in some of these. Some of them range from $46, some of them are $200 or $300. Really depends on the intensity of the landscaping improvements and the amount of amenities that are on the parks in the street. So you'll see quite a variance as you go down that one column. And in a lot of cases, you'll see the maximum assessment in some cases is significantly more than what the proposed budget is, and that's that difference between the maximum and the actual. There are some of them where they don't have the cost of living Like the first one there is Weber Sperry. It's been that way for as long as I've been doing this for the city. For 25 years, it's been $62,117. It doesn't move. But there are other ones where you can see a little bit further down, like the Blossom Sperry. We're at $345,000 for the budget, but the total is more like $575. So again, we're being very careful with the funds that are being collected and used within each one of these. So that's what the zone assessments are. Again, the recommended action is to overrule the public hearing, any public hearing protests, approve and adopt the budget, the engineer's report, the maximum allowable assessment, and the actual assessment, and then levy the assessment. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor? Oh.
Yes, I do. Western Ranch, we had a meeting about Western Ranch landscaping, and I love that this is in here, but want to make sure we're having discussions with our vendors that the Western Ranch neighborhood doesn't feel that we're getting adequate service. So are we going back with the same person, same group of people?
If I understand the question correctly, so the Weston Ranch, there are several zones that overlap in there. There is the master zone. Two of them do not have a cost of living increase. So one of the challenges that community is probably noticing and facing that they're maybe bringing to your attention is that we're attempting to try to budget within that limited amount of money that is fixed, trying to continue to provide a minimum level of service of the amenities that are that special benefit. And in some cases, that means like if a shrub were to die, the shrub does not get replaced. But the trees and the walls and some of the other things remain a priority. So what has been discussed for well over 10 years now in several of these zones, both for the landscape maintenance side as well as the storm drainage side, which we'll get to with the other team members in a minute, in order to increase that, or even to apply a cost of living increase, would require a Prop 218 vote of those in Weston Ranch. So if you wanted to sort of start and have that dialogue with the community, we need to start opening up the fact that this is a fixed amount and costs keep increasing. And I believe that the city in many cases augments this a little bit from other funds as best they can. So that's where it stands. I'm not sure I answered your question fully.
Yeah, well, at some point maybe we have a conversation about it then and take it to them and let them participate in that discussion and then ultimately that decision.
Yes, I think that's prudent.
The other question on here, the Western Ranch fence, is it that fence on French Camp Road? Because I thought we already fixed that.
It's the walls. So the fixed concrete or CMU walls are the ones that are within the district. If it's the temporary fence, which is more chain link, or the one that's the ag fence that's along that one side of French Camp, I do not believe that is within the assessment district.
Okay,
zone.
thank you.
Okay, public comment.
Mary Elizabeth?
Oh, believe that. No, you're just fine.
Just for a second. So I didn't see this presentation. I didn't look for it, but I don't see it on the agenda either. So just for that. But what I want to say is, looking over there at E1 and E5, all those areas in there, people in the AB 617, are complaining about trees. And, I really think that while we're looking at this budget now, and I appreciate your comment, and to bring to light, those issues, because we need to have, all parts of our community attractive and shaded. And so, are those 5,500 trees part of the city tree inventory? Is it going to be part of the master tree plan? So those are questions for you. Thank you. Photosynthesis power.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, so I do have a question. I haven't closed the public hearing yet, but I do notice, so the area that was just mentioned, we have Little John Creek out there, which is pretty much a standalone community in southeast Stockton. I think is that the E3 section?
I believe so, yes.
Oh yeah, it says Little John Creek, yeah. So are the trees there our responsibility, or is it the assessment's responsibility?
Anything that is within the boundary of this particular map, and I'd have to go review the diagram, and if you wanted to get back to me with a specific question of is this particular road part of it, it would be identified in the diagram that's in the engineer's report. If it falls within that diagram, that tree would be part of the assessment district.
Yeah, because the concern is, we're going to have, 103 degrees this week. I mean, with impending drought possibilities, and making sure that we protect our tree canopy. And we can put, all the money we can to the side, but we got to be doing preventative maintenance, which I know is not yours. It's for the city manager to hear.
And if it's within the assessment district, the funds would come from the assessment district, from these funds to protect those trees.
Great. Okay, thank you. Since there are no other comments, I declare the public hearing closed, and I will entertain a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 9.7. It is a public hearing for the approval of the engineer's report for, 9.6? Man, I'm trying to get through this. A public hearing for the approval of the annual engineer's report for fiscal year 26-27 annual budgets and confirm the levy assessments for the Stockton Consolidated Storm Drainage Maintenance Assessment District number 2005-1. Open. Public hearing.
Okay, we on to the next one? Okay, so this is the consolidated storm drain. There's a series of basins, and within a lot of the subdivisions that have been developed over the years, this also includes stormwater treatment devices, which are part of the global city stormwater quality requirements. Trash capture, removing sediment, removing debris. They started getting implemented back in 2003. So there are several zones within this that are private development driven, and again, funded by the homes that are specifically within those areas. The next one we'll talk about after this item will be the industrial basins. So there are, again, whoops, my apologies. It looks as though did I jump to the wrong agenda? Or am I on 9.6? Okay, my apologies. I might have misspoke when I heard it. So these are the industrial basins. Same concept, stormwater in the basins. These are associated with the industrial basins. The consolidated zone is on the next agenda item. So these are usually associated with the industrial areas. So you go out to Arch Road, you go out to Airport and Zephyr. There are several large basins that are fenced in, associated with the industrial buildings. They take large watershed areas. So these, unfortunately, in many cases, you see the asterisks. In some cases, many of them are fixed. Some of them were put together in the later 70s, and they did not have a cost of living increase. But because they largely are a dirt basin with a fence around it, in some cases a storm pipe that sticks into them, they require very little maintenance. So far, Municipal Utilities does a fantastic job of working within that budget. So a lot of these are fixed, and you'll see what they are, and in some cases the budget is a little bit more, like Western Pacific is a great example. The budget is a few $1,000s more than what can be collected from the businesses that are there. And much like the discussion we just had on Weston Ranch, the only way to increase that assessment would be to have the folks that are in it vote. So you'll see that repeated in a number of cases. But generally, we are within the maximum in every case, and in some cases we're assessing a little bit less. But just like the other ones, we would want you to overrule any public protests, adopt the budget, and then levy the assessments.
Any questions from council? Any public comment?
No public comment.
I declare the public hearing closed and bring it back to council.
Move to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Now we're moving on to 9.7, public hearing for the approval of the engineer's report fiscal year 26-27 annual budgets and assessments for industrial storm drainage basin maintenance district 5. I now declare the public hearing open.
I think one last time, so forgive me for the repetition. This has the 14, or this, I'm sorry, this has the 15 zones within it. These are the ones that are largely driven more by residential development as well as some of the water quality devices, but the same concept, they are spread throughout the city. Most of them, again, are named after the subdivision that they were in. You can see that the average factor, some of these assessments are as little as $7. Some of them can be as much as $400 or $500, depending on the number of dwelling units that are contributing to it. The smaller it is, the more expensive it is for some of the folks. But the majority of these, the vast majority of them have a cost of living index increase on them, which was 3%. And that was applied to the maximum. And in a lot of cases, you'll see that we're underneath the maximum in several cases. Westlake Villages is one of the ones for Spanos development, as you would probably refer to it. You'll notice that we're well under the maximum that's there. It's because it's still developing. So it's always going to be an annual effort to figure out exactly what is necessary, create that budget that you see in April, and then only assess what is necessary. Nothing more, nothing less. So those are the assessments. And again, recommended action is to overrule the public hearing protests, adopt the engineer's report, the budget, the maximum assessment, and then levy the assessment.
Okay. I do want to say I misspoke. I think I said District 5, and it's districts with an S, not a 5. So any questions from council? Seeing none, public comment?
No public comment.
Okay. I declare the public hearing closed.
Move to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 9.8, public hearing to consider adoption of the City of Stockton 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan, all districts citywide. I declare the public hearing open.
Good evening, Council. My name is Travis Small, Deputy Director of Water Resources. And let me make sure we're at the right spot. All righty. So we have our public hearing for our Urban Water Management Plan. And with me, I have Ashley Smith with Verdantis, who helped prepare the plan. And then Claire Isha, our Program Manager, who is the project manager on this. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Clara. And
good evening, Council and Council members. I know tonight has already been a long evening, so we'll go through it fairly quickly. I've been working on the Urban Water Management Plan. I want you all to know that this is a recertification and an update for something that happens every 5 years, with the City of Stockton submitting the first plan in 1986. So this has been going on a long time. So we'll kind of just breeze through it. We've already presented at City Water Committee, Water Advisory Group. There was a public comment period, and everything is available for review. So I'll go ahead and pass it over to Ashley Smith. She's the project manager with Verdantis.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ashley Smith. I've been helping the city prepare this urban water management plan. Like Clara mentioned, these happen every 5 years, so this is an update to a prior document. And I'm going to breeze through this quickly for you all once I figure out the mouse. There we go. So as Claire mentioned, this was presented previously at the Council Water Commission on March 12th. It was presented to the Water Advisory Group April 1st, and we're now hosting our public hearing today. And then it is due to the state. Everyone's urban water management plans are due to the state by July 1st. So the water supply portfolio that Stockton has is the San Joaquin River from the Delta Water Treatment Plant, wholesale water from Stockton East Water District, wholesale water from Woodbridge Irrigation District, and then some groundwater supply as well. And the primary overarching conclusion of the Urban Water Management Plan update is that we're demonstrating the city's water supplies are adequate to meet the projected demands. So every 5 years, they're projected on a 20-year forecast with the option to include a 25th year. So this goes through 2050. So we're using projections for population consistent with the San Joaquin County general plan. So estimating 1.44% per year or 7.2% every 5 years, and targeting growth rates to match that. So the long-term water supply reliability, this paints the picture of the whole urban water management plan here. So for 2025 and projected out into 2050, working alongside both WID and Stockton East, getting information from them to be consistent. We're showing that we have a projected supply that will meet and exceed the demand. Another aspect of this is the water shortage contingency plan. It is a appendix to the urban water management plan, but it is also a second document to adopt and approve. This is what tells, this is basically the protocol for what happens in water emergencies or water shortages. There's 6 different shortage levels, and it tells you what to do and how to communicate water conservation metrics and how to enforce them. And so this is required to be readopted. It's very similar to the one that was developed 5 years ago is when these were newly adopted. So our recommendation after the hearing today is to approve the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan, a second resolution to approve the Water Shortage Contingency Plan, and authorize the city manager to take all appropriate actions in water conservation.
Question, the Delta Conveyance Project. Now I know that we're pulling from the Delta. How could that potentially impact this? Because I see we have supply and I see we have demand, but if we put in that tunnel,
it could impair the water quality going from our San Joaquin River supply. So like bromide might increase, which would increase bromate through our ozone treatment, which is a disinfection byproduct. So it'd make our water quality, it would lessen our water quality, and then make us invest in more treatment techniques to remove bromide, chloride, and any of the other bad constituents that would be in the Delta.
I ran into a former student of mine from Franklin who went to UC Davis. I said, "Oh, what are you doing?" And he said he's working for DWR. And I said, "Oh." And then he said, "Why did you say that? Or, you know, why that grimace?" And then I explained why. He goes, "It's a great project." I said, "Wait, you're born and raised in Stockton. How do you?" Anyway, I just bring that up because, you know, anything can happen. And I want to make sure that we're prepared for it. Even though I know it'll take some time, it still will have a huge effect on us here.
Correct.
Okay. Any public comment?
Yes, Mary Elizabeth, please.
There you go.
This one. I want to make sure I don't pick those up too. So I started submitting comments on this May 17th. And then also in April at the Ledge Committee to notify, you know, the fact that, yes, they did talk about it at the Water Advisory Group April 1st, but the report wasn't out. So they said what they were going to do, but not actually seeing the report. So I found out about, like, when the actual report was happening in May, and it was a public notice in the newspaper. And the public notice in the newspaper, if I had read all the way to the end, would have told me to look on the City of Stockton water quality page. But, you know, I just had to call them up because I was looking through it. I couldn't find it. So when all of those presentations to the Council Water Committee, to the Water Advisory Group, never had a link to the report. Not one. And so that's worrisome. I'm over in Cal Water. Cal Water is my service provider. And so I contacted Cal Water because I didn't see anything about the public health goals, you know, and the PFAS, right? I found that out at Cal Water, but the PFAS wasn't identified in the city of Stockton public health goals. But I want to find out, where is, this report? Well, Cal Water did the same thing, published in the newspaper, and that was it. And so I think, when we come back to it, general plan calls for better public outreach. And, continuing to rely on a newspaper is inadequate.
That concludes public comment for the item.
Okay. I declare the public hearing closed, and I will entertain a motion.
Motion.
We have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Okay, now we are moving on to the city manager's update.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Tony Manor, PIO for the City of Stockton. Oops, was that it? All right. I'm here on behalf of the City Manager's Office to present the City Manager's report.
Well, I'm going to talk about our police aid program that we started back in 2024. Again, we had conversations in our community and in our department and with the city manager on how we could support the youth in Stockton, how we could create opportunities for the youth in Stockton. And we came up with the police aid program. It is a paid program for those that are between the ages of 16 and 25. And what we do is it gives them an inside look behind our door. And what I mean by that is we are a police department, but we do more than just policing. We also have the animal shelter. We have code enforcement. We have a lot of opportunities in our department that we want them to find a home somewhere. So every police aid we onboard, we rotate them every 4 months to a new assignment. One quarter they may be at the animal shelter walking our four-legged community members. The next quarter they may be working with our evidence technicians, learning how to preserve evidence. Another quarter they could be up in our homicide unit looking through cold case files. We have just so many opportunities throughout the department for them to find where they fit in. We have some of these police aides that have wanted to become officers have shifted to say, I think I want to be a dispatcher, and we have one of them in the selection process for that. We recently hired one to be a police officer that came on. We've hired them to be CSOs. So they're finding where they fit in, what they like to do. Some of them thought they knew what they wanted to do, but as we rotate them in different assignments, they really have said, you know what, I thought I wanted to be this, but this is what I want to be. I really care about animals and I want to be with animals. That's the type of career I want, and we support that. So it can be working any better than how we expected it to work. It's spreading like fire. We currently have 14 police aides, and right now we're interviewing where we have over 100 candidates for the position. So these police aides are spreading the word. Our community members are spreading the word to give the Stockton Police Department a chance to learn many things. Regardless of their major, some of our police aides are college students at our finance majors or social science majors, all over the board, but there's a place in this department where it's in line with what they're passionate about. My message to all the youth out there is to give us a chance. We have a job for which you will be paid for to learn about the police department, for you to perform a public service a way that you want to. Not necessarily as a police officer, but it can be an animal control officer. If not an animal control officer, you can be a code enforcement officer. If you don't want to be a code enforcement officer, you can be a dispatcher. If you don't want to do dispatch, you can work in our records unit. There's so many options. Come learn more about us. Please go on our website where we talk about the police aid program and how you can apply. But absolutely, we would love to see you put in for it.
Hello, my name is Haley Townley. I am a police aide here with Stockton Police Department. I have been employed here since October of 2024. Since being here, I have been in 6 different sections. It started off with being in recruiting. After that, I went to Chiefs Relations. After Chiefs Relations, I was assigned to SIS, which is the Special Investigations. And then after that, I was assigned back to recruiting, and now I am assigned to the Sierra Vista substation. My goal here, it was to become a police officer, and starting June 1st, I will become a police officer. Some benefits as being a police aide: this is a paid position. They work very well alongside your school. If you are in college or you are getting your extra or have any extracurriculars outside of this job, they work very well with your schedule. While being here, I learned there are so many different sections and not just a patrol officer or there's administration positions, office positions, animal shelter. There's an outlook and a place for everybody here within this department. And ultimately, if you don't want to be an officer, this position will give you an outlook within the department to figure out where you want to stay ultimately.
So my backstory actually starts with my family. My dad started at San Jose Police Department, and he used to take me on tours throughout the department. He used to let me go to the homicide unit, and homicide's always been my biggest interest, so going there definitely inspired me to want to be in law enforcement. At the time, I may not have known to be a police officer, but I definitely knew I wanted to be in law enforcement. So it started out with him, and we slowly actually started to transfer to Stockton PD together to where we both work here now. I think I actually found the police aid program on Instagram, if I'm not mistaken. I had actually first applied to be police aid 1, and at the time I was rejected, but it actually gave my father a great opportunity because at the time our captain had pitched me that position for my dad. And that's how he was able to transfer from San Jose PD to Stockton PD, which later gave me the opportunity again to come back and apply as a police aid 2. And now I'm here with Stockton PD as police aid 2. I started out in recruiting. That's kind of where I like to say that's our little hub. It's where we train, it's where we learn how to be a police aide before they essentially let us out the nest and go out to different units. Right now I'm in my first rotation of the chief's office, so I get to work alongside the chief and his team with their PIOs, with their engagement and relations and all sorts of things, and I make connections with our community to try and be that bridge between essentially our community and the department. I would love to finish out my degree at Stanislaus in Criminal Justice Forensic Science. I hope to be in the academy by 21, 22, hopefully, and be able to become a police officer and later on join our detectives unit and hopefully be in homicide specifically. That's something I've always been interested in. How many 19-year-olds can you say have a relationship with a captain or a deputy chief or even the chief of police for the city that you live in, you know? Being a police aide doesn't just mean that you're gonna be a police officer. Some people don't want to carry guns. Some people don't want to be out on the streets like that, but they love law enforcement anyways. So being a police aide can actually teach you about FET, because you get to go to our evidence technicians unit and you get to work alongside with them and you actually get to do ride-alongs with them. You can even go do sit-alongs with dispatch. Maybe you want to be a dispatcher and you love to be up there listening to the calls and dispatching them out to our officers. You could even be in records. You could be a record specialist, learn all about the behind the scenes and the computers and the reports and things like that. So there's many different areas you can go. You don't have to necessarily just be a police officer. There's so many different other things that you can do, whether you want to be on the streets fighting crime or be in an office doing your paperwork and your desk stuff and things like that, but they're still quite important as well. I'm very grateful to be a police aide too. It is one of the best experiences I could say I've ever had, especially to get paid to do something you love at the age that we, or most of us are. Being 19, be able to say you get paid to work alongside such important and strong people at the police department, it's a great thing. People ask me all the time, do you love your job? I love my job.
I am a police aide too, Zion Pitts. I was at Stockton Police Department National Night Out event when I got recruited by an SPD employee. I told her my interest in law enforcement and my goals and that I want to go on a ride along. And she contacted me later on, sent me the link to a job and encouraged me to apply for the police aide 2 position. When I read the description of the position, I was super excited because it was a perfect opportunity for me to get my foot in the door and as well as to learn the inside of how the department operates. So far, I'm in a recruiting department and my experience with The police A2 position has been amazing so far. I've learned a lot along the way that I didn't realize that I was going to learn in the beginning. Some of the day-to-day things with the police A2 position in the recruiting department is making wagons, going to events, recruiting people, as well as making those connections with your community. We also answer phone calls and send out emails for people who have any questions about the position of any available position that's open on Stockton PD website. My end goal for Stockton Police Department is I want to become a police officer. And this position will definitely help me get there and get my foot in the door. I'm making all of these connections so far. My end goal is to be a police officer because I also want to serve my community as I'm doing right now, but I would like to continue that when I'm a police officer. This position is a great position to start at because it teaches you a lot about professionalism, your manners, a positive growth mindset within the department, and you're also learning and talking with officers along the way. So if you do want to do something in the law enforcement field or all these jobs that's open, dispatch, animal services, anything like that, this position is great for you. I went on my first ride-along here about a month ago. We did 7 calls. It was pretty amazing. It was my first time actually being on a ride-along. And I got to learn a lot about how to use the computers inside the vehicles, as well as what districts are they handling as well. It was kind of sad at the same time seeing what happens on those calls and people needing help a little bit. They're a little bit desperate for help as well. And you being there to ease their calm and ease their nerves, you know, it was a little bit amazing to see how the officers took control and helped them through that situation.
That concludes the presentation.
And the only other announcement, tomorrow, 11:30, employees appreciation, and hope to see you all there.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to council comments. Councilmember Blauer.
All right. I think I'll keep mine fairly short and sweet, but I'm pretty excited about the stormwater rates to see how that all came out. I appreciate the people who showed up. Hope you got information you needed. One thing that's really important for people to know, you know, it's Prop 218, so the people have to decide whether or not to increase those rates. It's an enterprise fund, so the only way that it gets money is through those rates. So we can't give money from the general fund to do the maintenance that needs to be done. That rate has not been raised since 1992. And I've said this before, the only thing I can think of that hasn't come up in price since then is a Costco hot dog. So very, very few things have not gone up in price since then. So that is the money that they use to bolster our system, and there is crumbling infrastructure. There are a number of pumps throughout the city that are very, very old. So this is how they have money to do that. So it's really important. There was an attempt 16 years ago. This was put out, and it failed. The voters did not pass it, and so unfortunately another 16 years of deferred maintenance has gone by. So very, very important, and I've just fingers crossed that I'm hoping that the citizens saw the wisdom of raising this, because again, what we're putting into it right now is insufficient to do what needs to be done to protect us from these storms. And we certainly have seen in the last few years when an atmospheric river comes through, it's going to flood. And if another thing that gives me concern is if this didn't pass, and if we do get to a point where our infrastructure crumbles enough, FEMA could come in here and map the whole place and require everybody to get flood insurance. So an extra, few dollars a month, I'm not discounting that, but in the big picture, it's probably going to save a lot of people a lot of money. So again, I'll be just on pins and needles till we get that result, and hopefully it'll be a good one. Just a couple quick things. I'm excited that tomorrow at 10 a.m. is a press conference, a pro sports franchise announcement. So that will be exciting. So I'm looking forward to that. Then the very next day, another press conference for the pro hockey team. And so they narrowed it down to 4 The 4 top names, number 1 was the nostalgic one, go Stockton Thunder. And so that I think was the leading one. The second one was the Port City Pirates. Then in third place, I think, was the Spears, like a Stockton Spears for like an asparagus spear. And then the fourth place one that didn't have a whole lot of votes, but was Stockton Steam, which was like a steam engine, which I'm not really sure what the connection was on that one. But we'll know Thursday what our hockey team's going to be called. And then the last thing I want to announce, and just invite any of my colleagues, this Thursday, the California League of Cities Central Valley Division meeting will be down in beautiful Merced. So if anybody wants to road trip to Merced, let me know. Okay. And that is my comments.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually like the Port City Pirates the best, and I will not be going with you to Merced. But shout out to Merced. Okay, first of all, I want to say that I have never prayed before I walked into this chamber before on my own in private, but I had to today because I knew that I had a lot on my mind that I wanted to say, and I'm going to take my time to do that. Everybody that follows me on social media throughout the city sees all of my updates on my social media, so I'll put all of my district stuff there to save time for me tonight. The reason why I prayed on it is because I do know that I have a voice that travels outside of this chamber in this city, and I know that sometimes words can create a lot of discussion outside of its intention, and so I want to be very intentional about what I'm going to say. First thing I want to say to all my colleagues tonight, I'll take Brando's words and say, what do you say, we do a lot, we accomplished tonight. I don't know what his line is, but we did accomplish a lot today, and I do appreciate, we had a lot of wins today. I appreciate us all being able to have discussion on things that matter and are important and that move us forward as a city. So I do appreciate my colleagues doing that. I haven't been here since at this council meeting in the chamber since I was barred from the meeting. And although I've mentioned my comments to the mayor privately at the State of the City, I'm going to take time to do it right here in public. Earlier in May, I went on vacation, and I was on an island all the way outside of, on the other side of the country, and I would have had to fly back, do city council, then fly back to New York for press, and I decided to do the meeting in New York. I followed all the rules that we have in the past. I wasn't told that I had to post something on the hotel door where I was having the meeting, but I was set up. I put a picture up. I noticed the city clerk where I was. It was on the website, it was out to the agenda. Everybody knew where I was, including the hotel that I stay in often. And I didn't receive any call. I was surprised when I logged in that I was being told I was not going to be able to participate. And I know that there's this unnecessary competition that has been happening for some time here in the city with this perception that I want to be more than a council member. I'm fine with just being Jason, and I've said that many times. But for whatever reason, the phone calls, or the alleged phone calls to check to see if there was a post outside the door, in my opinion, should have been a phone call to me to say, hey, the voice of all your residents, the most disinvested constituents in our city, who we promised to uplift their voices, should be heard tonight. I want to make sure that we followed all the rules so you can be there. That's what leaders do. That's what a quarterback does. A quarterback doesn't make sure that the cornerback's not in position or the wide receiver's not in position. They are making sure that every player on the field is lined up to win the game. That is what leadership is, and this council failed to support me in that manner. Was there a posting on the door of the hotel? No. But was there an effort to call me like there was an effort to call the hotel to check to see? No. My colleagues, I do want to thank all of you individually, those of you that have come to me to say you were surprised, shocked, didn't know how to respond, didn't know what to do, because all of you know how passionate I am, and all of you know how much I am juggling to make sure that I never miss a meeting, because I took the oath to represent my constituents, and I take that oath extremely serious. And this game that's being played in front of the public, people are not going to forget it. And now that my award show that honors the work that I do for young people in Stockton is over, I have a lot more time to commit to talking to as many residents throughout the city that I can, and I am getting ready to. I am extremely concerned about this next topic that I'm going to get to. But before I do that, I want to respond to the comment earlier about us looking down at laptops. There's a lot of information up here that we have to get into, so we have to look into our laptops. There's reports here, there's presentations, and so please don't think we're watching movies or on Netflix. We're doing that, and we do need these laptops. I heard Cynthia Gale Boyd earlier where she said, and I quote, "Thank God I'm still alive in this racist-ass city." And I have to tell you, I thought she was going to say this dangerous-ass city, because that's usually her line. But when she said this racist-ass city, I said to myself, I started really pondering on that coming into this conversation that I want to have. Because I've had an interesting experience as a newly elected, and I don't know if this is something that's happened with other people in the past. I know Michael Tubbs has had his history here, and managers, different people that have been African-American have had their issues here. But I'm not one to use the race card because I've been black my whole life, but I've also been white my whole life, and I know that sometimes race, depending on the circumstance, can be an easy out, but at some point you have to ask a question. When I first got here and there were press conferences to say that I was violating the law, in press conferences to say that I was being aggressive and threatening. Then there was the lynching, the lynch mob created that Councilwoman Padilla that was she was supposed to chair whatever they call it, ad hoc, to pursue whatever they could find about me for up to a year, and we're going to use whatever resource to do it. That hasn't bared any fruit. When I was moved to the end of the dais, you know, all the political and racial dog whistling, the tropes of characterizing me as something that would make a woman in the South clench her purse as a black person walks by. One starts to question this pattern of behavior. What is it? Locking out a person who represents the most fragile part of our city, who you know is fighting every day. What is that? Inclusion, exclusion. I just start to ask myself when I heard the question, and I prayed on it before I came here today, because I think about a conversation I had with the mayor's PIO. He represents her. He speaks for her. He is the person that she puts in a seat to speak for her, who does not live in this city, who was not born and raised or bred in this city. Had the audacity to take me in a room after the governor granted me the granted our nonprofit the grant to support the youth of Stockton, knowing that our constituents have been asking for a youth facility for years, and told me that he believed that I was not eligible or qualified enough and thought somebody else should have got it. So what did he do? They contacted the governor's office. That went nowhere. Then he told me, you need to fall in deference to the mayor or you're going to keep getting all these political L's, and went on to tell me how the Attorney General of California, Rob Bonta, and how the state controller, Malia Cohen, are his friends and that they're not going to be doing any action. Well, I followed up with both of them, and I can tell you right now that was a lie. In fact, the state controller is asked to come here to one of our meetings and said that she will be delivering a report soon. So when I thought about that conversation and the fact that I just hosted a show with some of the most powerful people in politics, the culture, entertainment, to raise awareness for the work that I'm doing right here in Stockton, the fact that I had congressmen and women, my two colleagues here that were there to witness that, I was surprised to be given a Facebook post from the mayor's PIO that went on to say that he can't believe the unions are supporting an F-list celebrity, me, and went on to attack SCIU on Facebook and attack me, the sitting vice mayor of the city. He also told me since I only had 6,000 people vote for me, I shouldn't really feel like I'm entitled to this position. Now, I'm going to go ahead and save the rest of my remarks in terms of the things that I think he's doing illegally. But besides him saying that Sam Fant will be stopped at the airport, at the border by his federal agent friends, besides him saying you shouldn't have given Motec the proclamation and now you need to listen to him and how you're no longer going to listen to them, I don't care what political fight's going on behind the scenes with the mayor and her people. But what I will say is everybody in Stockton and around the world that I run into says you don't even have to be there. You could be doing other things. You could be anywhere in the world. But they know that I choose to be here because I believe in this city. And I live and lead with optimism that the people in this city are not going to allow this circus to continue. And if this council doesn't take control of how we govern as a body and hold people accountable, including this stranger who doesn't live in our city, then we have fallen to our knees and we have given up the power of the people. I don't have a problem acting as the city council member or the vice mayor because that is who I am. If I wanted to be the mayor and if in 2028 I decide to want to be the mayor, I will do that. That is not what I want. But what I won't do is allow this continued trope and personal attack and undermining of the office that I earned by the voters to happen while I am sitting here. It is a poor example to our staff. It is a poor example to our constituents. It is a poor example to our partners. And more importantly, it is an embarrassment to people outside of Stockton when they see a Facebook post from the mayor staff person saying these things. Now, I will tell you, I don't believe that the mayor told him to do that. But I'm bringing it up now because if it continues, the Bible says when you know better, you do better. The Bible also says that touch not my anointing and do my prophets no harm. So when you wonder why things are going in the direction you don't want them to, it's because you're doing the work of the devil. Now, lastly, as it relates to the Cynthia Gale Boyd's question, thank God, or statement, I'm still alive in this racist-ass city. I don't believe our police department is racist. I don't believe our constituents are racist. I don't believe that our staff are racist. I don't believe that this council is racist. But I do believe that it is easy to slip into oppressive, strategic oppressive policy making and conversations and actions just by way of how you carry yourself. I have never in my life walked into the White House and told the President of the United States, Joe Biden, or Kamala Harris, the Vice President at the time, that they weren't deserving of the office that the people put them in. I have never said that. And I may have disagreed with every single person up here, but I have respect for the courage and commitment it takes and the conviction to stand as an elected in a time where you see every day on the news divisive behavior and attacks on democracy. I just honored Representative Justin Jones from Tennessee. And every day I look on his Instagram where he's fighting the Nazis, he's fighting the Ku Klux Klan. And when I think about his experience in the South, I'm dealing with the same behavior here. They just don't have the white sheets on. And my thing is, I'm going to say to this council and to the community watching, everybody here, staff, and everybody watching, and you, what I said to you in that room, just call me a nigga and get over with. Stop playing around. We don't have to play games and act like we like each other. We don't have to play games and create these games and finger point and call names. And when I told him, he warned me, no, I'm gonna warn you and anybody else. If you have a problem with a strong, intelligent, resourceful, unafraid, and unapologetic black man, that is what you got here. And until the people tell me they don't want me here, that's what you're gonna have. But what I won't do is allow anybody to undermine the work that the people want, whether it's 6,000 or 60,000, because if you want me to text 326,000 tomorrow, I will. And I've done it before to help the mayor get in office. The last thing I will say is that the ego stroking or the desire to continue to do the buck breaking of let me put you in your place, boy. Like I told the last interim city manager that you had here, I'm not nobody's boy. And I won't be treated like that. And everybody black listening knows exactly what I'm talking to. This is not, again, whipping up racial dissension within our community. This is me literally calling it out. Just like I call out, turn on a light and the roach start moving, or come out into our audience. Let's be very clear. We have serious things here to take care of as a city, and to do the behavior that I am seeing, attacking the constituents for how they're voting, attacking unions for who they're deciding to support. This is not the South. This is Stockton. And the last time I heard our message to the city is enough is enough. And so when will enough be enough? When? When somebody goes to jail? Because I'm still waiting for somebody on this council to go to jail. Is it when the controller releases a report that everything we've been saying is true? I don't know where Rob Bonta is. Maybe he got the text from his friend not to come to Stockton. But I'm not afraid of the Attorney General, just like I'm not afraid of anybody in this room, because I don't do anything illegal. Now, the other things that I will reserve for a later time that are potentially unlawful, I will say this. What's done in the dark is already coming to the light, and it's just a matter of time. But for now, I hope that we can stay focused on the work of the city. The other thing I'll say is that I looked at the job description for the Mayoral Public Information Officer, and I understand that we pay Mr. Teramoto over $100,000 of taxpayer dollars. Those are taxpayer dollars. Those are not mayor dollars. Those are not any individual council dollars. Those are your dollars. He works for you through the mayor. And when I look at the job description where it says acts as the mayor's spokesperson for press inquiries and represents the city in meetings with the media, community groups, and local stakeholders, ensures that the mayor's communication strategy aligns with the public policy. I hope this ain't the mayor's public policy, and I hope this ain't the mayor's communication strategy. And I will go on to say, as much as we've disagreed, I know damn well she ain't told him to do that. So again, call me nigga or get over it, because I'm not going anywhere, and that's it. Oh, one last thing, by the way, I was also in the same day that I saw this post and got mad, invited to speak at Harvard. And I just want to say I'm grateful for the people that do see me and respect me. And in my own city, I should be given the same respect I do get at Harvard or anywhere else. I've earned that. It's not something that I'm asking for on top of any extra, it's not an extra privilege. It's what I've earned. So with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Councilman Villapudua.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, as well. Thank you, everyone, for coming here this evening. Still evening, right? Yeah, it's been a good couple of weeks. It's good to be back. You know, summer's here for the kids, so I've been real busy with my little one and all his friends, and you know, just being a childhood, right? The other week we had the grand opening at Sousa Park Pool. It was amazing seeing the kids. The mayor, thank you for stopping by. Just, you know, it's been neglected for a long time, and this year I was not going to let it happen. I was not going to have another kid go to a different pool. I'm not saying nothing wrong with other pools, but that area needs their pool. So I was very excited to be there that Saturday, as well as Sunday. I'm just waiting for the whole year of the excitement for the kids. Another thing as well, just want to thank, there was a big cleanup last week on Lincoln and Church Street. So I want to thank 2&I Cares, Public Works, Department of Ready to Work as well, and a big shout out, thank you to Sergeant Patrick High for really getting that done, and thank you as well as Mayor. And as well as last week, I came by Charter Unbound Community Stockton Charter School. Those kids, I've been with them since I been in office. We just went to the Ports game, came by the last day of school, wishing them, you know, great coming year. They're 4th grade, so Coach, you're hearing me, you know, looking forward to this coming year with them. Tomorrow, Shipley Park, I got my neighborhood watch from 3 to 4. Come by, come say hello. Let's talk about the neighborhood. I'm always having good donuts, coffee for all my constituents in that community. Yesterday, I have a really good, I got in with Ricardo, the new Economic Development Director. So we took a really great tour of my district and seeing all the things that I'm looking to have and what can bring also to my community. So we're going to be in touch, and I will be informing our community and the stuff that could be coming into our community in District 5. I did not know yet. I know that myself and the mayor we were talking about Columbus Park. It is done. I've been communicating with the community every week. Believes like the sod, we were, if not mistaken here, city manager, we were waiting for that. So any day, I don't know what day, I think we looked at the 16th, if I'm not mistaken, 15th. So hopefully we can get that in so I can announce the community and have another great park in District 5. And then I know I have, so I just want to thank also just city staff, chief police, fire chief, public works, code enforcement for everything you guys are doing in our community every day. So you guys are really our true leaders in our communities. That makes us look great. That being said, I want to thank my colleagues for all the great wins tonight, because you know it was a really great night seeing everyone. So until then, have a great week and great weekend. Thank you.
Councilman Enriquez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will start off with my favorite topic, which is infrastructure. I want to thank Penny and the Public Works team. You all may have seen online, we opened up our X-Slew at Oak Park right before Memorial Day weekend, so it was a great way to get that open for a busy weekend that we had. I was able to drive by a couple of the times, and just was great seeing families. Everybody was utilizing it. and just to have that option. And I know our second XLU is also opening up, and I'll be sure to give everyone the timeline. So we'll have 2 XLUs at Oak Park, so we will be sure that we will get to work on that. And then also, I did talk to our Public Works team, and I asked if they can work on giving council a list of the 3 phases of all the XLUs that have already been installed at parks and will be coming at parks. That way, council knows, the public knows, in terms of, when folks might say, why don't we have a restroom at this park? Then you can see on the list, you'll say, oh, okay, that's phase 3. We're currently in phase 2. Phase 3 might be 2-3 years down the road. But at least now it's going to be given out to the public. And then that way you can keep all of us accountable, especially if they are in certain parks in our district. So I really appreciate that we'll get that information. And then also to my folks that live on Bianchi Road, we will be having another community update regarding speed bumps to help slow down Bianchi Road. So when you're going down Pacific Avenue, when you take a right, lots of folks speed. So the staff did their due diligence to ensure that we found the right way to slow down traffic. So once that meeting is scheduled, I will let everybody know, so that way we can get to go on the timeline. Oxford Circle, again, thank our staff. We had 3 community meetings since, I want to say, January to last month. 3 community meetings to get input about different concepts of how they want to see Oxford Circle. The people decided. Next step is the 300-plus residents in that map will get ballots, and they will vote on what they wish to see. Basically, it's yes or no, with hopefully another option if we can get it to work on our ballots. But I want to thank them for being very active. All right, potholes. So we got a total of 19 fixed in my district. But then also I thought about it. When we did State of the City, there's like 20, 30,000. So even though 25,200. So even though my number may sound small, I want the public to know those are ones that I reported. So it's not to say that other people aren't reporting. So to me, 19 may sound like a lot. So, but when I compared it to the number, I was like, oh wow, that's tiny.
You're part of that.
So we did one at Pacific Avenue going southbound towards UOP right before you cross the bridge. And again, I appreciate someone on Facebook said it was basically a pothole post. And I loved it because they kept saying, the city better pay for my car misalignment and it's damaged and who do I report it to? I almost want to respond back and be like, you know what? I helped out with that, but I didn't. But again, it just goes to show that to some people, one problem may not be a problem to them, but to others, it's really a big deal. So we want to acknowledge everyone has an issue in our city, whatever that may be, and just be respectful. If we're getting something done in one community, it's not to say we're not paying attention to another community. There's just different timelines and different things that we are all doing. So I just wanted folks to be aware of that. We got 7 potholes fixed at the corner of Dwight Way and North Tuxedo Avenue. And this was one of my favorites. I was actually driving and just happened to be the crew was there doing it when I was driving by. So you know me, I pulled over and talked to Kevin and Michael and another crew member who I didn't get his name. And I thanked them because I told them I actually submitted this area on Ask Stockton. So to see the 7 that they were doing, I think 5-6 days later was pretty cool. And I wasn't planning it because they don't tell me when they come out. We also got 6 more at the corner of Lucerne Avenue and Columbia Avenue, which is just 1 block away from Victory Park. 5 fixed at the corner of West Bianchi and Pacific Avenue. It's right there along the small businesses, including Tiger's Yogurt. So again, prominent spots that people actively drive through, so you can't miss the bump whether you try to or not. So overall, 19 fixed that was able to get reported. And also another issue, we had a metal covering that was taken off, which is across the sidewalk. So I was worried about those that were on wheelchairs because if you were on a wheelchair, you wouldn't be able to get through. So we were able to get that metal stripe, I should say, fixed right around the corner of West Elm Street on Manny's Restaurant on the Miracle Mile. In terms of events, May 13th, I attended the ribbon cutting for Bliss, Wellness, and Beauty on the Miracle Mile. This was great. It's a mother-daughter Latina duo that runs the business, so they've been working really hard the last year to get it open, so it was nice to meet both of them as they get their business going. May 16th, Lewis Park. The mayor and I were at the Lewis Park community cleanup. I was happy to have donated a Brisbane box tree, and then also special thanks to Tree Stockton and the many volunteers. We had over 140 volunteers, planted 30 trees, added around 30 native plants, removed over 300 pounds of litter. spread 8 cubic yards of mulch, and cleared a full 40-yard dumpster of invasive green waste from the Delta and boat ramp. On May 23rd, we had our monthly Mornings with Mario with the police. We shared our crime stats, and we had a good turnout. Again, thank you to our police officers who came out to share that important information, to share that crime has been going down. May 31st, I joined the Pacific Southern Little League. This is the team that I promised we would have a restroom open for Victory Park at the start of their season. They now have their closing season fundraiser, so I went over to Pacific Bowl and spent a couple hours with the kids and their families. And then June 3rd, we kicked off our first concerts in the park at Victory Park in my district. It will be every Wednesday from June 3rd to August 19th, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. I made it a mission to be there at the first, middle, and end because the gays know how to party, and they put a big chandelier and a rainbow flag and a big community potluck under a tree. So go to the first, middle, and last one and find the chandelier. And trust me, you'll have a good time. Valley Brew is back. I want to thank Kelly and Eric, the owners of Valley Brew on the Mile. For those that don't know, they had a fire 2 months ago. So we were able to help them get media coverage. KCRA3 came out to spotlight their grand reopening, I should say. I unfortunately was in Fresno, but I came back the next day, and my mom and I had dinner just to support and say hi to Kelly and her husband. Let's see, legislation. We're doing continued work on housing, tenant protections, and then we will be having a town hall as I promised at the last ledge meeting. Currently working with staff to get a date and time, as this will be a very specific tenant town hall. So if you rent, this is a place for you. Upcoming, we have an American Legion Park cleanup this Saturday at 8:30 to 11:30. That evening, we have Taste of the Mile, which is the big fundraiser of the Miracle Mile over at Tuxedo Court. It is cowboy themed, and I know some of my colleagues will be joining me. And then June 19th, for those that always wanted to get me, be like, you know what, that Mario guy, he just always annoys me. You have your chance to get me because on June 19th, I will have a District 4 Summer Community Celebration at Oak Park Pool. So I will be at the water dunk tank. I think Councilman Villaputua did something similar. So you have your shot. So I will be there for 4 hours. Please join me. And also I invite my colleagues. If you want to attempt to dunk me, now's your chance. And then the last thing I'll say is, and then the last thing is June 20th, I have my June Mornings with Mario at La Palm Creperie on the Miracle Mile. The owner, Manuel, him and I went to UOP together a long time ago, but he owns La Palma and La Palm Creperie, so I'm going to go out to support him. Other than that, I think that covered everything. And again, I just want to thank everybody who came out to the Pride flag raising on Monday, June 1st. And what I really enjoyed is, I didn't say it earlier, but even though we had an increase, I would say, of online hate, I think I probably saw the most homophobic local online hate that I have in the last 5 years that I've been back to Stockton. And I think a lot of it just, I don't know what it is, but I've been seeing it across the country. But I want to thank the grit of this community, because we had one of the biggest turnouts we've ever had for the Stockton Pride flag raising. And the fact that we had not only a bigger turnout, but we had the media there. Like KCRA3 was live. We were doing a live TV interview of the Pride flag and how important it was to be a top 10 city and appreciate all the different communities that make Stockton great. So yeah, I was just really, a lot of pride when it came to that. And then speaking of Pride Month, I want to thank the Pride Center. They gave me a elected official award, but what made it even more special is that I did not accept it. I was in Fresno coming back from Southern California, and my mom accepted it. And my mom was like, Mario, you know, I can't really speak really good English. I said, Ma, don't worry, just say it in Spanish. Like, there's a translator there, great. But I think people can feel the emotion of what you're trying to say despite the language you're speaking. So I saw a little clip, but my mom, everyone's saying that she did really well. She's a good speaker. Probably get it from her. But she did about a 3-minute speech in Spanish to accept the award. And it goes back to what I said earlier about why it's so important to have parents that support LGBTQ youth and their children. And just to be a representative meant a lot to me. So I will close it with that and have a happy rest of your Pride Month. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ponce.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick reminder. The Stockton Animal Shelter will provide a free spay and neuter services to District 1 and District 2 residents. At this time, the clinics only for District 1 and District 2 residents and proof of residency will be required on the day of appointment. This is by appointment only and is happening June 12th, 13th, and the 14th. Please register by email now at animalservices@stocktonca.gov. And then also to my constituents, please feel free to reach out to me directly to my cell phone, 209-645-4251, for any questions or concerns. I'm more than happy to help. Thank you.
Okay. I want to start with public comment. There was somebody that was concerned about the proclamation for Muslim Awareness Month, and they selected the date. We did not do that, and also it's 2 proclamations. We tried to limit it to 2 proclamations per meeting, so it's first come, first served, but we did not pick the date for that. The rental property inspection fee program is not new. I know it was reported as, oh, look at this new program. It has been around for quite some time. I know it's been around since 2014 because it was a hot item that was discussed when I first was running for office. And yes, they recertify it, or they inspect it themselves, because guess what? It's cheaper. It's cheaper if they inspect it themselves. It is on a 5-year calendar. I think it should be based on calls for service. We're one of very few cities that have that program, but I get it. About people attending the meetings, we will have 90 chairs. I wish there were more in the new space, but there is another room offside of it that isn't too far away, that hopefully people can watch the meeting in there. But we want people to participate. We currently don't have a 90-day policy for filling vacancies, and I think tonight every vacancy got filled, I think tonight, so there are no vacant positions. Commission attendance, yes, I agree. You know, we need to make sure that our commissioners are attending their meetings, because yes, staff does do a lot of work. I know city clerk calls and reminds people, but they need to show up. I also agree that the Community Development Committee should be able to review all of the applications. It should not just be the ones that were already pre-selected, but that's why we appointed them. They should be able to look at them. Oh, as far as the cutoff cards, that's part of AB 707. Is it AB or SB 707?
It's SB 707.
Yes,
Yeah.
SB 707. So it's because people from around the world can, if they wanted to, participate in our meetings. Okay, now, Sousa Park pool opening, I will say, Councilman Villapudua, you did jump in, but you didn't jump all the way in. You didn't get your hair wet, and that doesn't count. So you have to do all the way. Yeah, the dunk tank, and you held on to the side. I thought you were going to break your arm, so don't do that. Yes. You got to jump all the way in. UOP is getting a med school. There was a huge event the other day. It was raining, surprisingly, in May, but this is big. 2030 is the estimated date of opening. You know, we have St. Joseph's adding beds, expanding the a brand new emergency center, a new ICU. This is not just about having doctors. I mean, this is a huge win for our city because it's more than just doctors. You have to have more personnel. It's an economic, definitely driver for us. Environmentally, it's good for us. It's just good all the way around. You don't have people having to go to the Bay Area to go see their specialist and be in that traffic. They can be right here in their own community. Neighborhood parks. I know people are like, well, hey, why doesn't my park have a pool? I mean, not a pool, but a bathroom, an XO loo. If it's a neighborhood park, the infrastructure is not there to support having a bathroom there. You have to have plumbing. And the neighborhood parks are just that neighborhood. You live in the neighborhood. You can run home and go to the bathroom and, you know, if you need to. Let's see. Big item on the, two big items, I would say, on the consent agenda tonight. Park Oak, Fremont Street, and a part of Lindsay are getting completely redone from Pershing all the way to Wilson Way. You might have already seen it. It's already started. I can't wait till it's done because it's something that I was working on when I was on council, and I had residents just begging. We do need to put red curbs, though. They cannot park all the way to the end because people are, I can't see, I drive it every day. And I can't see on Oak Street and Lincoln, you know, I have to be very careful about coming out. So red curbs to limit how far they can park to the corner. And then the other item was restriping. 49 intersections using SB1 funds are being restriped, and it's using the thermoplastic. So if you've noticed any new restriping, it's super bright, it's reflective, you can see it. And that's a good thing because that helps keep us safer. Alicia's Place, MOU for the state application. I don't know where we're at on that, but it was supposed to come back to us with an MOU so that the city is a co-applicant.
We're working for June 23rd.
Oh, okay, great. Town halls, I will be starting my town halls on October 13th. I'll be at Ursula Myers Community Center and Library, Stribley Community Center, Van Buskirk Community Center, 9 a.m., 10:15, 11:30. This is the public. I'm not going to just stand there and talk. It will be interactive. Public, please come out and participate. Love to see you there. And staff will also be there from different departments to answer any questions and offer resources. Okay. Oh, U.S. Conference of Mayors. Huge thing. U.S. Conference of Mayors. 1,500 mayors from across the United States showed up at Long Beach, and I went to a number of sessions, and I want to tell you, workforce development, you know, working with our academic partners, creating those pathways and those job trainings, but we need to make sure we have employers who are hiring for those positions first. We shouldn't train a whole workforce and then not have the jobs for them. But actually there is programs out there where the city gives that employer $1,000 if they employ one of the people that go through the training program, and then if it's a livable wage job, it's $3,000 that company recoups some of that investment for that. Asking some of the people here, do you plan on expanding your workforce and your business? We need to be out there doing that, and there is a business in Stockton that wants to put in between $100 and $300 million expansion to their existing operation because they are booming, and that means more jobs. And this particular company is owned by the Mars. And that's why I brought up earlier about about the veterinarian and the food and all that, which I can't wait to see if what they need in order to do that. Prioritize expansion, retention, and recruitment. What's going well? What needs work? How can City Hall help people's businesses? And then jobs, education, and workforce. Community gardens, as was mentioned, but using hydroponics and doing it indoors. They had these, you know, like vegetable trees or whatnot that you can grow that require very little water, but you can do them year round. There's something called fork farms, and there's actually one for mayors, but it's food access technology, and it's to feed America, learn how to manage a farm. And I know we have things like Edible Schoolyard that are doing a great job, but there are way more people in this city that need to learn how to do that. Illegal vape, gateway to crime. So one of the mayors that was there, he called it vaporize. He wanted to vaporize the smoke shops. But there is money out there, $200 million for enforcement. And I have on my schedule here to reach out to Congressman Harder to see about Stockton getting some of that money. And we're not just talking about crimes with tobacco, but it often is guns, heavier use drugs, money laundering. I mean, there's other things, casinos that are going on in some of these smoke shops, and we need to actually have a registration, you know, where we have a list, and we need to go around and make sure that they have the proper documentation, need a list of smoke shops. And I know that Mary Elizabeth has done quite a bit. And we do spot compliance checks. If they have a license, our officers have every right, and our code enforcement officers have every right to be able to go in and say, we're going to do an inspection. We want to make sure. And because they're usually hiding the stuff in other places in the back, you get to look throughout the entire building. So those of you out there, if you're listening, yeah, just know you better be in compliance. One of the best sessions I went to had to do, well, one was with the arts, and one, it was combined, arts and sports. And Chris Klein, he is part of FIFA, the host committee. He had something called Hometown Soccer, where they are getting all the MLS teams, and they're looking for new locations for them. They have soccer centers, and they play 24 times a year. And then there's something called League One Volleyball, WNBA of women's volleyball, and it is to have more volleyball. And I know we used to have the port buildings, so we'd have hundreds of volleyball teams that would come to Stockton, but we now, our club teams are somewhere else. So they have a program that I said, hey, come to Stockton. OT7, overtime football, I need to reach out to Vince, because they have 7-on-7 leagues, and it's not just through 8th grade, it's also girls, and it goes through high school, and they have a foam pit at the end of the end zone, so they can all jump in after they score their touchdown, because you know everybody wants to stunt out there. Open water sports, boathouse in the box. I said, hey, we've got a Delta, you know, come and check us out. And then they were talking about, I brought up hockey. Did you know that we can capture rainwater and use it for the Zamboni? There's already places that this is being done, arenas where this is being done. So really great stuff that happened there. A lot of context, and there's people already scheduling meetings to come to Stockton and work with us. And it was funny because one of the guys says, oh, we've been looking at your arena. We've been looking at what you guys are doing in Stockton, and hence we're going to have an announcement about our hockey. We're going to have an announcement, another announcement, a sporting announcement. Hush, hush. But you will know tomorrow, 10 a.m., they will be putting that information out. And I'm excited about Columbus Park opening. I mean, there's just a lot of good things happening in the city of Stockton, and don't let people tell you otherwise. And that activity guide, anybody that has teenagers, listen, there is transportation, lunch, and entrance to Great America for free in the activity guide. There's going to a Giants game for free in the activity guide. There is going bowling for free, Sky Zone free, Zap Zone free. There is all kinds of things in there. Teenagers, you're looking for something to do this summer, it is there, and it goes, like I said, it goes from preschool, pre-K, all the way to those of us that are 55 and older. There are some great things out there that I'm like, ooh, I want to take advantage of that and that and that. But anyhow, good stuff going on. And then I did want to answer the one question that was asked by Mr. Martinez. So stormwater, storm municipal utilities district mud, why does it take so long? Yeah, that's government for you, unfortunately. And people, have to weigh whether they want to vote on something or not because of whatever the climate is. And coming out of bankruptcy, we didn't, 2015 is when we came out of bankruptcy, and we didn't want to hit people again because they were already struggling as it was. And I looked, the rates for the first year all went to 365 from 210 or 385 that first year, and then it tops out at just over $8, which I don't drink coffee, but I know there's some people up here that drink coffee, and it is At least $5. Yeah? At least $5? More? Okay. Okay, and with that, that is it for me. We are going to be going into closed session. Oh, I forgot to show you. It's on my lap here. I have to put air in them. But these are the official soccer balls for FIFA, for World Cup. So I got to blow them up. But there's going to be a watch party at the ports. And I have already registered. If you haven't registered to attend, it's free. And I am getting 200 of these balls delivered to Stockton so we can give them out to those that are attending the game. So they'll be able to take a little piece home with them, official piece home with them, so they can remember it forever. So that's it. Okay, 8 seconds. Okay, moving on to, I think I was the longest. Oh no, we were tied. Moving on to closed session. So this body will recess to conference with labor negotiator 14.1, authorized pursuant to section 54957.6A of the government code. We will also 14.2, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, which is pursuant to section 54956.9D1 of the government code. And there's no public comment on this, so we will recess to closed session. If we have something to report out, we will. Okay.